Alright, hello everyone. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Sorry we're much later than our usual start time. Just been very hot in here. I was just hoping for the weather's heat to, break. It's currently on the upper 90s outside right now. Was definitely over triple digits. So unfortunately I don't have the best AC in my room, so that's why I was like wanting to make sure that it's like I didn't start up my electronics and kept everything off to keep things cooler until it got to a more reasonable temperature out here. But in any case, I hope everyone is doing well. Why do you keep doing that? Sit there. That way I can actually read chat. I'm having some trouble sometimes where when I try to position one of the monitor or the things on screen on the monitor, it likes to snap and take over the entire window, making it so that way it's hard for me to be able to read the chat and also see what's going on. But in any case, so Dominaria United just came out, and we are looking to jump into some drafts. This is going to be my first time drafting this set. I did a little testing with playing some of the standard and have some cards from the packs. So I have an idea of some of the new cards, but not all of them. We'll see how well we'll do in this and give this a try. All right. The draft queue should happen really fast because it is a new set, so there's going to be a whole bunch of people just drafting to try to unlock new cards. Alright, right off the bat, I love the idea of taking this as our pack one pick one. Voldalian Mindsinger seems really amazing. I'm not sure how well this is going to work in a draft scenario, but it'll be also interesting to see if we can make something out of this for the standard format, or even in the older formats. We'll see how well this can, be played. See, other cards make sure to keep in mind on. We have Impulse. Let's see, how do you work? Vigilance can't be blocked as long as you cast an instant or sorcery. It's interesting. See, power equals the number of basic land types. That actually can be really good because we're going to want to take this for our red, blue, green idea. So Brawler seems actually pretty good. Even if you look at it as just like a 2-drop, 2/3 with trample, because you only have like 2 land colors, that seems really solid for a draft. And being able to get this up to 3 easily enough because of going 3 colors doesn't seem like a bad thing. I like this because it's just a simple 2-drop flyer, and if it's played in the late game, we can just use it as a draw 2. I would like to take the Lightning Strike, but I'm not sure what's more important, the flyer or the Lightning Strike. Both really good cards. I think I'll just take the Lightning Strike because this is just an answer for so many cards, and it can be done to face. If Mystic Mage just wheel back around, we'll take the Mystic. But that's pretty much a long shot. What's this do? If it's kicked, bounce something whenever you cast an instant or sorcery. +2/+0. Actually, this is like a oh shoot, what is that older card? Like a Flamekin Cat or whatever. It doesn't have the trample, but it has kicker for bouncing. That seems really good. Let's see, if you cast an instant or sorcery, choose 1, +1/+1. Return. Basically exile this and then return it back at the beginning of the next end step. So Flicker and Scry. That doesn't seem terrible. Its stats aren't great for 6 mana, but see, it costs X less cast. where X is raise power among creatures you control. That's playable. It's okay. The declares war does not seem very good to me. You know, let's see. I think I kind of want to take the Gardener because it mana produces any color and it's got Death Touch, so it's still relevant in the late game, even though it's a 3-cost 1/1. But Colossal Growth is a pretty good pump spell. I'm already trying to stay with the idea of staying in red, blue, green, and it might punish me because there seems to be a lot of really good black cards going around here. Speaking of really good cards that are in black, Terra Sunder is amazing removal. Let's see. Goblin Picker might be not a bad idea. I like the idea of getting some draw. I'll go with the Impulse. Allows us to dig 4 cards. We add 1 to our hand, the rest go on the bottom. Let's see. Warren Chief attacks. Look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you may put it onto the battlefield tapped. If you didn't, you get to get a 1/1 red goblin creature token. Actually, no, I like the 4/4 with reach for 4. It's a nice defensive creature. Big body. I think that works well. Let's see. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card only once each turn trigger. Or we can do this one, which mills a player for each creature with controlled defender. I think this is the card we go for. Find Cheaper Prodigy. If we kick this, we get a look at top 3 cards. We can put one of them into our hand, the rest on the bottom. Great card value. And still is just a decent, you know, it's a 2/2 bear. So, and what we mean is it can just be a 2/2 that enters in for 2. It doesn't have any special abilities. See, enters battlefield, target creature can't block. Creature gets +1/+1 and haste. Reveal top 5 cards of your library, put a land from among them into your hand, the rest on the bottom in random order. If you didn't, that's a nice filler card, you know, but I'm not sure. I think I may just want to get the Warbrute here. Make sure we have bodies. I'm gonna take the land because I'm not really sure how useful this Kavu is going to be. And if I was to grab a card here, it'd either be... yeah, it'd either be the Furious Bellow or the Goblin Picker. Wow, this is actually a great discard card, the Sabotage. It's basically a Mind Rot, but you can spend 1 red mana, kick it to make it so that way they take 3 damage. We'll take the Root Walla. Root Walla seems decent. Target creature is minus 1 by 0. If this was kicked, that creature, this they must block. I mean, Tribute to Urborg would definitely be the stronger card, but we are not in black. Alright, we'll try that. I'm not sure how well these enlist cards are going to work out. Ooh, we got the Defiler of Instinct. That's actually pretty good if we can get ourselves a lot of red permanents. Because whenever we cast a red permanent spell, it'll deal 1 damage to our opponent, or deal 1 damage to any target. And it can make it something we can spend red mana free. Now, isn't our best card? That's debatable. Because I'll be honest, the worm here is actually really good. 5/4 Vigilance Trample for 5. But this is a 4/4 first striker, so still got really useful, relevant stats. Urtai Wheels. Well, we don't have the black in our deck, but Urtai is actually pretty good. I wonder if we can just go with the monstrosity here. 5/5 Trampler. Problem is, it's... Let's see. It costs Excellence to cast, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control. So if we have... say like a 2 on board, it's still very expensive, so I don't feel confident in it. The fact that they reprinted Dragon Whelp's kind of cool and all, because it's an old classic. Problem is, the card's just so old, it's, I'm not sure how well it will work. Oh, an archer. Let's see. When it enters the battlefield, it deals damage equal to the number of basic land types among the lands you control. Wait. Enters battlefield, deals damage to each opponent. Oh. Straight damage to the face. That doesn't seem bad. That seems actually pretty good. We'll keep that. Let's see, what else do we got? I think I just want to take the Mana Fixer. But then again, I think grabbing Brawler seems still pretty good. This is actually a really good card here. Shame we're not in white. I think I'll just grab another Colossal Growth. And maybe we'll go with the Amplifier. Oh, actually, I want this. Hex Catcher is actually really useful to us, because passively it pumps the Mind Singer. That's a greed pick, but it's a valuable greed pick. Alright, taking the lands... Let's see, wait, what's this do? When it dies, look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one of them in your hand and the other into your graveyard. That is actually really good, but I think I'm going to prioritize the mana fixing at this point. Do we grab keep? Look at top card of your library, put that card in your graveyard. I think I'll just go for another Prodigy. Grab the worm. Grab the grotto here, so that way we can potentially mana fix. Take the pump. Prodigies actually seem really helpful here, so we'll just keep picking them. The growth is just a better version of Might, in my opinion. Sure, it's more expensive, but the ability to give any of your creatures trample is a very powerful function. Alright. Fortunately, the soldier's not very useful to us, so our rare's a little bit of a dud. Try to think of like what's our better pick out of all of these cards. Root Wallet doesn't seem bad, but I think I prefer the actually, let's go for the Outrider. Outrider's really good. Or at least it looks really good. Could be really bad and I'm getting baited into taking a card that's gonna be terrible for us. See, when it dies, deal damage equal to its power to any target. It's got the Enlist ability, so it makes it actually hard to block it because you can just pump it with other creatures. On your battlefield, look at top X cards in your library where X is the number of basic lands. You may put one of those cards on top of your library, put the rest on the bottom. Not super amazing, but it's only 3 mana. So you create a copy of target. Use battlefield if it's kick, create a token, that's a copy of target creature you control. I don't know, it seems interesting. I'll just grab it. I'm more worried about my mana at this point, so we're going to grab the land. The flyer seems really good, but... that's got potential. We'll try that. Let's see, when this enters battlefield, look at top 6 cards in your library. You may reveal a land from among them, put it in your hand, put the rest on the bottom of your library in random order. For only a 0/2 wall? That doesn't seem very amazing. This actually, no, it wasn't that one. Something else. I'm going to go ahead and grab one of these because we may run it for the mana fixing. Grab the mana fixer. I'm not entirely sure which thing I want to add all of these. Ooh, another Lightning Strike. I'm surprised that wheeled. Lightning Strikes should be pretty amazing. Now, I am noticing a lot of creatures actually have a higher toughness value to them, but... so it's not going to be like a definite answer to a number of cards. The thing is, we can go to face with it, so it still has its value. See, if we kick this, it gets 2 counters. Yeah, that seems decent. Actually, seems like a really good card. Don't think any of these matter too much. Cool, we get another land right at the end. Yeah, the axe would be the better pick. I don't know if we'll use it or not. Alright, we have a lot of things to look through. Let's see here. Cards I'm definitely going to be cutting. I don't think I want this card here. Although, wait, that actually is a Merfolk, right? Spend this mana only to cast instant or sorcery spells or a kicked spell. Might actually have extra usage, but we don't actually have that many cards with kicker that aren't already instants of sorceries. Maybe we'll cut that. Yeah, maybe I have enough cards with kicker. I'm fine with actually running it. Take it back. Pull out the Gardener. The Hydromancer seems interesting, but I'm not sure if we'll get the value off of its kick. But if we manage to get one of these on the board, it does 3 damage to our opponent, and we can kick out a Hydromancer. We can actually end up getting ourselves just extra burn to the opponent's face directly. Then again, also copying Defiler of Instincts doesn't seem bad. Although we don't have as many red permanents to really take advantage of that. Actually, there is a reason to keep an enlist card. Because we do have all the pump, and one of our pump has really gives trample. So it could surprise the opponent with a alpha strike of 1 creature. Yeah, it's got enlist and trample built into it, so that's fine. Take the wall out. Since we're not running walls. Not the actual wall support cards. Trying to think if the Vanquisher Axe is worth keeping in. I think it's really good because if we get Defiler of Instinct on the board, equipping it with an extra 2 power is really solid because of the first strike on the card. And it's actually just a decent equipment. It's only costs 2 to equip. It's not amazing, but I think it's usable. I think I might just cut the Djinn of the Fountain here. It's our only 6 cost, so it's our only a really expensive card because we are a lot of 2-drops. But we do use a lot of spells that have kicking, so I don't really want to say that we're a cheap on our cost deck. The interesting thing about this card is that you can just, according to the read ahead for how the saga works, we can go straight to doing the pump. And it's another card that, let's see, our creature you control gets +X against trample, so again, important that it gives our creature trample. I guess we'll cut a Goblin Picker. Just cut Impulse because we have so many of these prodigies, but that could be its own issue for trimming. Alright, we'll cut the Djinn, and we'll cut... We'll cut the Root Walla. We'll just try it like that. The Root Walla is good, but it's not amazing because you can only activate once each turn, and the mana cost is a little steep. So, this is our first time drafting the set, and this is what we end out with. I think we have some interesting cards. We'll see how well this can work out. I do like the fact that we managed to get a number of mana fixers, so we shouldn't have too much issues with playing our 3-color deck. Alright, I think this should be keepable. It's awkward that this is our green source for the Prodigy. Because we can't actually play Prodigy next turn because it requires an extra 1 to activate this. Honestly, I don't think the Crystal Grotto is that amazing for mana fixing, but sometimes it's better than staying with the basic. Because we are 3 colors. Let's see, how do you work again? Target land you control become... Oh, okay, so this mana fixes, it's also a 1/1 flyer. If you happen to kick it, it becomes a 3/3 flyer. Let's see here. I think we'll just still play this for the 1. Go for the equip. And send it in. Now, this creature does have the ability that we can just pump it for extra for damage when we attack. But I'm fine with the idea of trading it with their Tide Turner, because we don't really lose a whole lot in that. We also do keep them off ramp. Next turn, we're going to go for the Warbrute. Hopefully we can draw another land. Drawing that wouldn't be bad for ourselves also, because then we can just get ourselves our dedicated green source. Because I don't really want to play this out until we can get one more, basically get our green source out there. That's... Let's see, Scry 1, we'll put that on the bottom. Go for the Warbrute. The nice thing about this Grotto is it does have that Scry function. Alright, so next turn, one of their creatures is going to get at least +3/+3. That's pay a black to give it Death Touch. We don't really like that. Alright, let's go ahead and go to combat. Attack in. See what the opponent has for us with their 3 mana. Opponent, that does not have its Death Touch yet. Are you sure you wish to? Okay. And we'll kick. Yeah, opponent probably thought that the card just came with Death Touch, not that it had to be activated. They also forgot maybe to activate this, that way one of their lands... Ooh. Yes, we'll take this. Yeah, so they forgot to activate this to make it so one of their lands can actually tap for black. One of the great things about the Illusionist, because of how many cards care about domain, it makes it so that way you can actually go for an extra color type that you wouldn't normally have. Alright, nice tail swipe from our opponent. It's a new card. It makes that way your creature and opposing creature fights. If you play this during your main phase, you get +1/+1 until the turn. But the great thing about it is it's a 1-mana instant speed fight spell. So even if you're not going to go for the main phase, get the extra +1/+1, like you could play it as a combat trick in the middle of a fight. You can also use it like during opponent's end steps. So it's actually an amazing fight spell for green. Alright, just waiting for the opponent to make their play. Our goal is just to play the Defiler. Because after we play Defiler, we can go for the Outrider and be able to shoot something off. Let's see. Discard a card, draw a card. If you discard an instant or sorcery, make your opponent lose 1, you gain 1. Sacrifice this, you may cast an instant or sorcery from your graveyard, but you'll exile it. You'll only activate it at sorcery speed. Actually nice and creepy looking because it's got this weird, like, very thin connection to the head. It's really cool. So it does mean that they can activate Tail Swipe from their graveyard. Outside of that, nothing too dangerous. Alright, we get another land. Unfortunately, it wasn't a forced. I was hoping to get something that counted as a forced for the purpose of the Outrider here. We'll go ahead and go for the equip here and swing it in. Keep the pressure on the opponent. How's this one worded? Whenever one or more other creatures die, put a +1/+1 counter on the Connoisseur. Only triggers once each turn. Okay. If that's the case, let's go ahead and attack first. I send the attack first because that way we can try to maybe kill off the blockers here. The only issue is they can use the Tail Swipe from their graveyard on the Connoisseur to kill our Defiler. Okay. Let's see here. Let's go for... So if we equip this up, they can't use... We can't use a Tail Swipe to kill our Defiler without losing their creature. And we can still flash in the Hex Catcher. At this point, we might be able to surprise the opponent with some lethal. Not likely, but there might be a chance. Let's see. Land you control have flying whenever land enters battlefield. If you control 7 or more, 3/3. Okay. See, they burn themselves with the coast, bringing them down to 7. Representing 3 damage with Outrider and Instinct. I think the opponent still has to pass. Alright, just double checking the wording on that card, because they still have to pay the green mana for the tail swipe. It's a lot of damage coming in the air here. Alright, they only attack with one. Opponent's thinking their plan. Alright, they pass. We'll attack first. Now, we very well could still die here, unfortunately. Because opponent can play the tail swipe from their graveyard. If they hit a land off the top, Steward of Tides unfortunately gives them an extra flyer. Yep, so unfortunately we lose this one if the opponent knows what to do. Because they use the... Oh, they didn't do it. This can only be done at sorcery speed, so we can block and stay alive. Because if you read that this can only be activated as a sorcery, if they had used that, used Tail Swipe, they could have done +1/+1 here, fight, get rid of our Outrider, and had lethal in the air. But opponent made a major error there. If we get any of the spells that gives our creatures trample, we can push through easily with the Defiler. Unfortunately, let's see, we are... Ooh, that's a green source. That is lethal right there. We'll give them the GG because they missed their lethal. And we will just cast it all to their face with playing this Outrider. And there we go. We get our first game, first win. Now, we got lucky that the opponent did not see what they needed to do. But that's the importance of not scooping, because even if you might see the lethal path, if it's a tricky way to do it, you can still win it. Because it doesn't mean that your opponent saw it. Alright. On the open, this would be super greedy to keep. So we're going to hit mulligan. Alright, we'll keep this one. Try to think, what do we put on the bottom? I think we put the... I kind of want to keep the axe because just how well it works with the Defiler. So we'll put Outrider on the bottom, because I want to see how well this Mindsinger works. We still need to get ourselves a second blue source for it. Oh, there it is. Now, the issue with the Mindsinger is it's... Let's see, let me gain control target creature with power less than Mindsinger. So, entering the battlefield, it only takes control of a 1/1 without kicking. Oh, look, a 1/1. Is it better for us to wait? Because we have the mana to kick it. So, I'm going to wait. Because every time we kick this, it comes into play with 2 +1/+1 counters on it. Meaning that it'll be able to be a 4/4. It'll steal a 3 or less. Go for the Defiler. We just have to hope the opponent doesn't have a fight spells, because that's how the Death Touch could kill our Defiler here. I may just Mindsinger steal the Gardener. Let's see, if we choose not to steal the Gardener, what are we looking at we can do here? We could play this, get ourselves a land like our opponent just did. We can also then equip this, swing 6. That doesn't sound bad. Alright, start on the first chapter. Grab ourselves another green source. Equip here, and we'll attack it. Alright, so extinguish the light. Bad card for us to come across, but all in all, it's okay. So, can we... Yeah, we full kick this. Get ourselves a huge Mindsinger. Now, if only we had a negate or something to help protect this. How does this one work again? Search your library up to 2 lands. Put them into the battlefield tapped. Look at top X cards, where X is the number of basic land types. Then you put one of them on top. Basically a Scry X. Yeah, she just simply just said Scry X based off of land types. Would have been easier. Well, I guess it is random order. It's not true Scry. Scry, you can control the order on the bottom they go. We take the 5 because that's got a death trigger to give -1/-1 to a creature. Let's go ahead and give that our +X/+X. We will kick. And we will equip here. Swing all. I actually should have done the plus on the Mindsinger because I was forgetting that this here offers trample. So that was a misplay on my end. Why did you... Ah, nice. Well done, well done. So while they technically have our weapon equipped, we actually can just do this. Let's just swing the Branch Rider. Give a kick. And activate a pump. And we bring the opponent down to 1. Now, the -1/-1's going to kill our Sapperling here. I figured it wasn't worth trying to swing it in because they could just block with the Root Wallet anyways. Now we just have to find a way to either give ourselves... The thing is, it's if I didn't misplay earlier and gave this trample, our opponent would be dead. Well done, opponent. Well done. So this, let's see, how's it worded again? Enters battlefield, choose start creature card in the graveyard. Oh, that's lethal. Good game. Outrider enters battlefield and does damage directly to our opponent's face. I just want to remind myself how that card worked. Return that card to the battlefield if its mana value is less than or equal to the number of... Oh, okay. Is that the only creature that they had in the graveyard? Oh, I guess it's arguably better than Branch Rider. All right. We're on a roll. We kind of have this red like teamer beatdown burn build. All right, we'll keep this. Oh, there's the Mind Singer. So we can use this, get ourselves our second blue source. Let's see. First strike, if you gain life, gets +1 extra life. And then +1/+1 until end turn. Sure thing. When it enters battlefield, you gain 2 life. Let's go ahead and strike this now. Deny them that life point, and we also protect our face a little. Alright. Go for the treaty. Submit 1. And blue source. The fact it's also a first striker is one of the reasons why I want to get it off the board, because it has self-pump. It means that it'd be very hard to block. This is actually, I think, one of the strongest of the uncommon white creatures you can draft. That's just pure white. May search your library for an instant or sorcery card with mana value 1, put it in your hand and shuffle. They get themselves Runic Shot. Destroy a tapped creature. If it was kicked, scry 2. Well, that's kind of annoying. If that's the case, let's go ahead and just kick this right now. And steal their flyer. Let's see, with this on our side, we just have the ability to poke them in the air. I don't plan on attacking with the Mindslinger, just because we know they have Runic Shot. Oh, this is the one that allows them to put a card on top. It's actually a decent card. Alright, we get another land. Go for the pump here. Swing it in the air. And we'll get our 4/4 down to bolt the opponent. One of our problems with our land is we haven't come across our second red source, so Defiler is kind of a dead draw at the moment. But I think we still have the advantage on this board. Alright, opponent gets a 3/2 to their side. Let's kick this before we attack. And that's why we got Giant Growth. I'll take this. Unfortunately, we can't kick the spell right now, but let's see. We'll attack with both of these. I imagine the opponent's just going to use the Runic Shot at this point, just to kill the Outrider if they don't go for a block kill. But we have +3/+3, so if they gang block it, we can save our creature. Oh, they're just straight taking it. Alright. We'll let that happen. We'll save our growth. Because we can just flash this in, get some extra pump to our side. And possibly swing wide enough to be lethal next turn, thanks to the growth. Alright, there's the shot. We kind of expected this. Now, what does the opponent have in store for us? Enters battlefield, create a 1/1 token. Okay. We'll flash this in. So they have a lot of blockers. Question is, are we still able to punch through that lethal amount? With Colossal Growth Kicker, we could catch them off guard, because they might go for not enough blocks to kill this. Only thing with a 3 toughness is Micromancer. I'll swing like this. They have to block. Them giving up Micromancer is really helpful to us because that gets rid of their only 3/3, so Prodigy can now go in and be fine with trading. If we don't kill them. See, this is going to be +4/+4. So they're currently blocking only... Yeah, that's not going to kill them, but we get to keep our creature. That's going to be a blowout. So, yeah, if they'd assigned that last 1 point of block there, they would have been able to kill the Mindsinger. And then they would have gotten their Cavalier back. I'm holding up the mana for Negate instead of playing the Prodigy. Yep, and that's why we held Negate. Now, I'm surprised they didn't kick it, but it might be because they needed the 4 mana to play something else. And if it's a non-creature spell, we actually can sacrifice the Hatchcatcher. Okay, that just keeps our creature tapped for 3 turns. We'll let that one resolve. It does mean that we are still representing lethal on this board, right? Because... No, we're actually 1 point short. Oh, this will do it. Because we can kick this. Copy Mindsinger. Copy comes down, steal the 1/1, and send it. And there we go. I actually wasn't sure if the Hydromancer would come in, you know, valuable, but there it proved it was just timely, like, work there. Like, Hydromancer getting a copy of the Mindsinger, and since we had the Hatchcatcher on board, we actually could have stolen a 2/2, but the opponent only had a 1/1 that was a legal target, so it was still a nice show of how good the Mindsinger and this deck can be here. One nice thing about the Mindsinger is, even if you are kicking it and you don't steal anything, it still at least becomes this bigger body, so it maintains itself as a decent-sized threat. Ooh, we're actually going to have a 3/3 Brawler on turn 2? That seems amazing. Yeah, we'll keep this. That's actually one of the great things about these lands. Even though they come to play tapped, them counting as both types, you'll be able to see the power in this match. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, it gets +1/+0 until end of turn. That's not bad. Alright, we'll go for the Brawler. Oh, opponent, do you have a Lightning Strike? You're gonna make me sad. Because I see red-green. Yeah, there's the Lightning Strike. Nice. I probably should have saw that coming and just played out either the Tide Turner or the Mana Worker as a distraction. Let's go for Mana Worker, because I don't think we need to worry about our mana types here. And we're just going to use this as a simple defender. They attack with Strike Team, I'm going to give it the block. If they have the pump, well, we at least get the pump out of the hand. Let's force their combat trick. No trick. Oh, the Lugorf. Nice. We'll go for the Defiler. Now we have to be careful how many creatures we kill of our opponents, because this gets bigger every single time a creature goes in their graveyard. I think what happens is we go for Warbird. We shoot off the Stalker. I'm sorry. Oh, you have a combat trick. Offer block. I don't want to block here. I really want to block here, but... yeah, alright. That meant it would have been fine blocking the Lugorf, because I would have preferred trading that against Lugorf. Alright, new plan. Go for the Outrider. Ooh, yes, that's good, that's good. I was worried they had this in their hand, because that would have allowed them to push over our Defiler. Block? Ah. Go for Warbrutes, go for Axe. We've gotten through all of their combat tricks, at least. Now they're just in top deck mode. That's a bit of a top deck there. Because when it attacks, it pumps another creature by +X/+X, where it's the different land types. So if they attack with it, it'll give another creature +3/+3. We unfortunately have to block here. This is not going out how I was hoping. So, yeah, Lugorf unfortunately is going to run away with this game. +3/+3 here. I just realized I got done dirty by Auto Tapper when I came to play the Tide Turner. Because it left my Grotto untapped. Yeah, that's it. Oh, well, we'll go out swinging. We'll let them get their attack in to finish us off. So, I do believe when it came to the blocks against the Lugorf, the opponent was representing the Gaia's Might, as well as the Furious Bellow. So, no matter what, I don't think I was going to be able to kill the Urborg Lugorf that turn. And I should have just probably just taken the hit. Because it wasn't for a whole lot. Then I would have potentially been able to bring down other cards that would have allowed me to gang block and been able to be fine. But, yeah, I made mistakes. That one's on me. Alright, it seems like a really good hand. We'll keep this. Hopefully we don't have to deal with another lightning strike from our opponent, so we'd set this up for turn 2. Alright, we got the Brawler to the board. Try to think if I just hold up negate mana here. We got our lightning strike. Alright, we'll send the damage and we'll pass. We could play the mana worker, but I like the idea of holding up both lightning strike and negate this turn. Allows us to answer most anything our opponent will probably play. Okay, so the opponent gets Goblin Picker. Let's actually kill the Root Walla, because it does have the ability to just pump itself. Go for our Mana Worker and attack in. Now, it probably would have been better for us to just go ahead and go for the Treaty and set up for Outrider. But, like I said, I kind of want to hold up the negate. Most of the time, our opponents just want to be only running creatures and are going to try to rush them out. But they decided they wanted to answer the Brawler. I felt like this was a turn they still might try to do that. Alright, Flowstone Kavu. Let's go with the aggressive attack here. If they give us the double block, we will kill the Kavu. Because our opponent is apparently short on mana. So, being aggressive here seems like the right goal, the right idea. Alright, opponent is afraid of us having a pump spell. Let's go for the Treaty. We'll get ourselves our second blue source. This way, if we get the the Merfolk that kicks to steal, we can play that. Yeah, we're just going to take the 2. Alright, we'll take 3. That's perfectly fine. We'll send just this. And we'll bring out the Outrider. At this point, I'm willing to go shields down on the negate, because we have the +X trample bonus that we're going to get here. And yeah, the opponent scoops them up. Could be our opponent just didn't hit their 3rd color, or just lands in general. Oh wow, we actually ended up with the Brawler in hand again. This is amazing. So, play this, go for the island, get Brawler, land Treaty. And the Treaty turn with the Colossal Growth kick seems really strong. Alright. Opponent's shown lots of black sources, so probably going to have to deal with lots of removal. The new removal of Cut Down won't work on the Brawler because it's already a 6/6. That only destroys things if their power and toughness combined is 5 or less. Let's attack in. Alright, we'll go for the Treaty. And we'll get ourselves a red source here, and then we'll just start dropping Outriders on our opponent. These Outriders are just so amazing for if we have... Oh, and our opponent's doing a little self-harm draw with the Ragers. That's actually good for us. Alright, let's go ahead and attack first. And Outrider, deal another 3 points. Opponent goes down to 10. It looks like they do have Cut Down. All of our cards that we've put on the board so far have just been too large for Cut Down. Like, don't get me wrong, Cut Down is not a bad removal spell, but in a draft scenario, it sometimes can be very sketchy, because you never know once you're just going to come across something like us, where we're just nothing but big cards. Like, it does work against some of our cards, like the Hex Catcher and such. Alright, opponent just passes. Let's give our plus bonus here. Oh, opponent, unfortunately, I'm going to play this Hex Catcher and sacrifice it. And say, you have to pay an additional 1. And we attack. Opponent blocks. We will add an extra +3/+3, and now the game. Now, opponent did miss a land drop there, but I don't know if that really mattered too much. It seemed that they were relying on a cut down for the early game, and we didn't give them a early game target for it. So Spirit Ancient. Enters battlefield, gain 5 life. Alright. For an uncommon, that's actually pretty good for drafting. Because it's a huge trample body that ETBs give life. That could change the flow of a fight. Unfortunately, we are missing a red source for the purpose of this brawler, but I think it's still keepable. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm gonna get... Oh, there it is. There's the red source. We'll still bring out the brawler. Alright, white, blue, green for our opponent. Let's see, if this was kicked, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control. That's not a bad card. Won't sing its praises, saying it's a great card, but it's not a bad card. Alright, put Mana Worker to board. Unfortunately, this does not, like, add mana, but it does allow us to fix our mana without needing to use the Grotto. So, come on, deck. 1 mana. There we go. And with that, we can kick this. One of these will go to our hand. I'm trying to think, is it better for us to take the worm or the land? I think we'll take the worm, because we can always kick another one and find the land. Ooh, Wrath. Wrath is dangerous. Because whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, you may tap up to 2 creatures, and... Yeah, because whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, you may tap up to 2 untapped creatures if you do draw a card. Just so much value. Alright, we will kick this, dig for our land. I mean, that's like getting a land, but let's go for an actual land. That way we can just play this next turn. Unfortunately, this is a 1/3. Saving our attacks for once when our opponent is maybe tapped out from tapping. Oh man, they keep dropping things. Whenever it becomes tapped, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control with toughness less than number of... Okay. That's dangerous. Let's go ahead and kick this and put that back in their hand. The whole goal of that was just to slow the opponent down a little. Alright, let's kick. Trying to find ourselves an answer here. That's a great answer. Fortunately, we have to give up the Defiler there. Next turn, we can kick this and actually steal their Scion. No. If you're not sure what this card does, whenever they target one of their cards, artifact or creature, they get a token copy, and if it happens to be legend, it's just not going to have the legendary tag. That means that they use like a pump spell on either of these, they'll get copies of them. Yep, see, and there's a bite down. So our opponent does have... They have the ability to get great value off that right away, and I'm so glad we did not let that resolve. Alright, we get that a block with the Amplifier and the Mana Worker if it attacks. Or do we? Because we can Mind Singer it. Which I think... What's better here? Mind Singer to steal it, but if we lose Mind Singer, they get it back. I think it's safer for us to give it the block. And we're just going to take the safer play. Alright, let's kick. And kick. And we will steal this. Send the team. I was actually thinking about stealing the Wrath, but the 3/3 Bonnie is going to be a little better for us for attacking with. I don't have too many creatures that they can afford to tap down to get the draw value. Oh, that's dangerous. Because it has twice the different land types. They already have one of each. Unfortunately, we have flooded at this point. We'll hold the land in hand just because we can. Yeah, this Marrow coming down, unfortunately, really made things tough for us. It also meant that we probably should have stolen the Wrath. Well, let's see here. Potentially get blown out on this block here, but let's go ahead and do this. If they have a Lightning Strike in hand and kill Mind Singer, it means that they won't get back the Cavalier because it's already been assigned as a block here. But if they have that Lightning Strike, they can just kill their Cavalier and been able to protect the Marrow. Let's see. 5, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, I did block enough that it should kill the Marrow. Strange. They decide to protect that? Why didn't they protect their Marrow? Alright, well, we'll just get in 3 damage. Pass it back. Yeah, I should have taken Wrath. I forgot about Wrath's activate there. It's a mana dump. And we could have actually used it ourselves. I'm sorry, what? That gives haste? Oh, shoot. I didn't even realize that. Alright. Are you going to come in then? They'll bite down also? Alright. Well done, well done. Let's see, we block one of the 2s. Oh, of course, we hit more land. Unfortunately, yeah, that's just good game. Oh, we just hit too many lands. See, how many lands did we hit out of our deck? I'm kind of curious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10 lands halfway through the deck. I mean, we drew more lands in our non-land cards. Oh, my music stopped. There we go. There's music. Let me just adjust a couple things before I continue on. Okay, all good now. All right, on the open. Oh wow, we have lots of burn. I'm just worried about the slow lands. I think we can try keeping it. I'm interested to see if we can get this amplifier to the board and been able to like get the lightning strike pump going. I mean, that's a great draw, but unfortunately we need lands. What's this do? Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, gain a life. Whenever another creature opponent controls dies. Okay. I'm just gonna get that off the board. I'm a little worried about them just having a fight spell and just kill our creature that we bring to the board. Fortunately, we still miss lands. Gonna bring this to the board as well, just to have the extra body. Oh, why am I having so many problems drawing lands? Alright, we'll bring this out just as a 3/2 body. So it can't be blocked by power creatures with power 2 or less. We actually do have the ability to block that. Problem is, they can enlist the extra 2 power, and it would just be a trade. Alright, kicking Iconoclast. Block here. There we go. Now we're hitting those lands. Bring out the Warbrute. We'll just send this since it's not going to be able to block more than likely. With this, it means that we can double block, kill Baloth, and not necessarily lose both our creatures. If they have pump, they have pump, but we have to go for the block now. Okay. Ooh, that's bad. Alright, Defiler to the board. Pass it back. Jeez, another Territorium Arrow. Alright. Gonna pay the 2 life. 1 point to our opponent's face. Pass it back. What's giving this its power and toughness? Power and toughness are equal to the number of creatures you control. Okay. Well, that basically does us in. Unfortunately, trouble drawing our land. Oh, opponent doesn't... Let's play it super safe back there. Try to think, is there a way for us to do anything here? Like, they attacked in with everything. We would have been forced to block with most of our stuff and been in a really bad position. Let's see, I could technically kick this for 2 life, bounce that back to hand. But it doesn't really help us too much. I think what we do is we bring this out for 2. And we pass it back. Because I feel like we might just need the negate here. Okay, let's see. I know I'm going to be lightning striking something. It's probably going to has to be the Sadistic. Unless I offer block with Defiler there. So, let's see. If we go to blocks. To not die. Block here. Block here. Block... Wait. If I do this here, I can get a trade. Because Lightning Strike shrinks. That'll go down. Wait, why did I lose a life? No, why did I lose a life? I thought that thing said whenever I lose a creature, not just a creature dying. Did I misread that? Where did it go? Oh, I misread it. Okay, so I had to have Lightning Striked this. Blocked this. And that would have made it so that way I wouldn't have died. I thought this was whenever one of our creatures... I should just Lightning Strike this just to be safe. But unfortunately, my blunder costed me that match. Now, granted, there wasn't a whole lot I could do on this board state afterwards. Like, this was going to die because state-based action, it's after all the creatures die. My problem is just the Serra Paragon. I have an answer to this. Like, Territorial Marrow is also a monster with only, like, 3 lands on the board. It's still a 6/6 body. Yeah, and getting stuck on the lands. I knew it was too greedy to keep that hand, considering when I was looking at a whole bunch of 2 costs. But it's the way it goes sometimes. Well, off that, unfortunately, that is our 3rd loss. But we did manage to go 5 wins, so we hit the positive break-even point there. This was the deck idea that we were using. Now, I think a lot of these cards were really good. Like, Defiler of Instinct, even though we didn't necessarily get the 1 damage to any target that often with the trigger, it just being a 4/4 for striker was great. And I'll be honest, these Outriders were really powerful also. I was thinking that now if I get, like, drafties, I might try to go for some of those lands that are even off-color for fixing. Just that way I can have the domain deal more damage when they enter the battlefield. Other cards that I felt was really great was this Mindsinger. It definitely took over a number of games. I think I only lost 1 game where I actually drew this. But every game that I played this thing took over a match. Except for the one because we dealt with a my opponent just playing so many big things that it just unfortunately didn't give us enough value. But it was still a fun experience drafting this. I'm gonna go jump into another one. Alright, let's get our prize. Yeah, because at 5 wins you get 1,600 gems, it costs you 15. But let's go ahead and use our draft tokens. Let's see what we can find. Hope people are doing well and enjoying the show here. If anyone's actually got like an already new favorite card out of Dominaria, I'd love to hear it, because I haven't got to experiment with it too much, but that angel that we just lost to, actually I've already had crafted a couple of and played with in the standard format, and it is really good. I'll show the deck idea next time we're playing some standard, because I think I still need to do some small tweaks to the deck. But the deck's already currently at like a 70% win rate, and I've played it like 20 times. Gotta do those dailies. Alright. Alright, off the start, we get a Radha's Firebrand, which is actually not a bad creature. Really good for mono red. Makes it so it's hard for your opponent to block. It's got the ability to pump. Only problem is you can only activate it once. I think I'll still grab it. You may sacrifice a creature if you do. Opponents discard a card. Return target creature card from the graveyard to your hand. Target opponent may sacrifice a non-land, non-token permanent. If they don't, they lose 2 life and draw a card. Braid's Frightful Return seems kind of mediocre. I'm just taking in all the new cards just to think like what we could potentially do with them. Extinguish the Light is amazing. Let's see. +2/+0 if this was kicked. Whenever your creature controlled dies, you draw a card. It's okay. It's basically a War Horn. This is actually a really good card too. But I think I'll stick with my initial idea of taking the removal. We'll try playing in some black cards this time around. I like the Connoisseur, because it's whenever one or more other creatures die, while it can only trigger once each turn, it doesn't matter whose creature dies for the trigger. This is a terrible card. Let's see. Only problem with Bone Splinters is you must sacrifice a creature. So if you don't have any fodder, it's not that good. I'm not really excited about most of these cards, but yeah, I'll try that. Let's see. Return target creature to understand, draw a card, spells kick, gain 3 life. creature gets +2/+2. The spell is kicked. Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. That's not bad. Well, I think I'm gonna go with the Sea Scavenger. Now, I'm going to take the Walking Bulwark, and we may just see ourselves just grab walls. I don't know how good that will be, but we might just try it. Not going to grab that wall, though. That one's terrible. Let's see. Enters the battlefield if it's kicked, mill 4 cards. Power toughness aren't each equal to the highest mana value among cards in your graveyard. That could be interesting. Let's see. Not sold on the horse. I mean, it's not bad, but I'm not sold on grabbing it for what we've grabbed so far. +1/+1. That's actually not bad. It's a mana dump +1/+1 flyer. I don't know how good it will be, but could give that a try. Let's see. Grab the Swarm. I don't think the Swarm's an amazing card, but it's still not bad because it's a potential flying Death Toucher. Grab Amplifier. And Haunting Figment could be decent. Try that. The axe actually isn't that bad. Don't know if I'll use that. Oh, it didn't. What the? Okay, that wasn't what I was told it was going to be. Ooh, Jaya! We get Jaya. Planeswalker, one of the most hyped Planeswalkers on this set. Only behind Liliana, because it is Liliana Venice. Now, I think that this is going to be a great card. Because you can keep +1ing it to get the little tokens that all have prowess. You -2 exile top 4 cards of your library, choose one of them, you play it this turn, so you get potential cards off the top that you can play. I don't think the -8 is going to be very useful to us. But we also have the -2 to, let's see, choose a creature target opponent controls. Whenever you attack, this deals damage equal to the number of attacking creatures. So it could be interesting. So you'll take another Extinguish. Loremaster. This is dangerous to take because it gives both you and your opponent draw. The Impulse, probably not bad here. Micromancer, we don't really have any 1 costs yet, so not very... Ooh, Tribute to Urborg. Let's see, if this was played, it just gives -2/2. If it was kicked, an additional -1/1 for each instant and sorcery in your graveyard. Might actually not be as good as we're hoping, but we'll try it out. Battlewing Mystic, I like this card because it is potential card draw for you. Let's see. Combat Research on a Mystic, that would be great, but we'll take this. Rona's Vortex. I'm definitely snapping that one. Oh, but it's our Outrider. I want to take the Outrider, but I guess we're going with the Vortex. What's this do? You get a return a creature if you kick it. Not only do you... Oh, wait. Even without kicking it, you gain 2 life. But if you kick it, you can also get a permanent card. So it doesn't have to be a creature. That's actually not bad. This is still a very strong card in my opinion. Alright, we're going to grab the blue card. Grab the Impulse. So wait, when it enters battlefield, mill 3 cards. I don't really like idea of self-milling myself. The only advantage is that is for the monstrous War Leech. Strangely enough, I'm just going to grab a land. Let's go with the Impede Momentum. I'm going to try this card out. I'm not sold on this card. Broken Wings. Not very useful. I guess we take this because it's card draw. Oh, the Outrider came back. Yes. Do we have any cards with kicking that we really use? I'm just wondering if, like, I guess we have a couple of them. Oh, definitely taking the mana fixture. Sulfur Spring. Let's see, other cards that are useful here. This is just good because it's got a mana dump to keep pumping it. Also denies life gain. Prophecy's not bad. Let's see what happens when L comes around again. Oh, Vortex. I love the Vortex. Also do like the aggressive Sabotage in all honesty, but gotta prioritize Vortex here. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, each opponent loses 1 life. Yes. We may cast Rona from our graveyard by discarding 2 cards in addition to paying its other costs. I like that. Sorry I didn't notice your comment until just now. I just got a little distracted because of picking the cards here. Really do appreciate the comment. The fact that you value me as your 3rd top, I take that as a great honor. I think I just need myself early bodies at this point. Seems terrible to take. We'll take the Goblin Picker. By the way, Hitch, how things going? I mean, it's been a little while since I've seen you. I mean, you're in here usually pretty often, but... Oh, did you already pop out? Sorry that I missed you then, for when you made the comment. It wasn't that long ago. Nothing really here seems good for that pick thing. Sea Scavenger seems good. I was actually hoping to find more of these earlier. Grab the Figment. Need to actually adjust the info here. Let's see, do we want Steel Crusher or the Essence Scatter? I think I'm going to go with the Essence Scatter, actually. Steel Crusher seems great, but I think I'm going with the idea that I'm using Rona's Vortex, and if I have to use it early... Oh, there we go. We get an extra chance at it. Yeah, we'll grab the Bounce option. Grab this, and we get the Threat skill. Alright. Deck building time. Okay, that's really weird. So we did see this as Smash the Smithereens, and then once when we checked the sideboard area, because I dragged and dropped it in there, it turned into a land, and now it's back to Smash the Dust. I actually said Smash the Smithereens, but yeah, Smash the Dust. Alright, so we unfortunately didn't get the Defender plan to work out, because we did pick up this early Walking Bulwark, but it's a fun deck idea, but you have to get all the Defenders to get to work. So, let's see, which cards are definite cuts? I kind of want to keep this, just because we're running the War Leech. Because if this is in our graveyard, it turns the War Leech into an 8/8. But if we don't have it in our graveyard, it's kind of mediocre. So let's see. Let's actually cut both this and War Leech. Let's cut the Axe, because we don't actually have that many creatures to make use of it. In fact, these are 2/1 Vigilant creatures. For 2, I still think they're replayable. The fact that they can go unblockable if we play a spell might mean they are more worthwhile than I was originally thinking they might be. You know, I think I'll still cut the Steel Crusher. I was thinking it's like, it'd be a pretty decent card to grab, but... yeah, Fire Nado's not very good, but it's still just removal. There's enough cards it still hits, that is why I'm going to keep it. Could actually cut an Amplifier. Now, I think I'm just going to cut the Amplifier in general. Because it really is just a kind of an awkward card to play. I think it's an okay card, but it's really expensive to try to use it as like a mana war. Just to bounce a creature. Don't need this land, well, I guess I'm going to be greedy with it in the deck, because that way we can actually get 4 for the Outrider. I guess that's our only domain card, right? No, we also have Sea Scavenger. How many cards do we have with domain? Is that it? Alright. Yeah, we didn't get any direct damage. I think we'll cut the negate, cut the... Do I want to keep Firebrand? With our deck build, we're not very aggressive. So... I'm not sure how well this card's going to work out for us. See. I have to cut 3 more cards, and I'm just trying to figure out like which ones should be the ones we cut. Strangely enough, I think I'm going to cut Firebrand. I guess I'll cut... Apparition? I think I'm just gonna run 41 cards. We'll go like that. Alright. So we have a Grixis Spellslinger spell deck. We have cards that get advantage of us casting spells. And we have Jaya, so it'll be interesting to see how well Jaya can work out. Unfortunately, Jaya's ultimate's going to be completely useless to us. Alright, on the open, I think it's still keepable. Because we have Scavenger to help us dig for the second black source. Because, let's see, we gotta look at the top X. Yeah. The problem is this does stack the top of our deck, not just draw. But what can you expect for, you know, a 3 top 3? It's a 3/2 still for 3 mana. If it dug up to like 5 cards to draw for 3 mana with 3/2 body, I think it might just been a little too good then, maybe. Goblin Picker to the board. Is it also a 3/2 for 3 mana that just draws a card? No scrying effect. Would still be really decent. Alright, opponent fires a victory. So deals damage equal to the number of cards they have in their hand. If they manage to kick it, they get a draw card. Opponent's gonna skip straight to making a bird. We'll go for Scavenger and start digging for land. Oop, there's our land. I forgot to pay attention to what the other 2 cards were. I just knew I had to take the land. Only drawback to this land is Sulphur Springs, so it hurts to use. I guess it only hurts if we're going to use it for the... whenever another creature enters the battlefield under control, it gets +1/+1 on the turn. Alright. Let's just attack, see what they do. They choose to take it. Let's go for another scavenger. Gonna take the Vortex. I was actually looking for another land, but Vortex is good because we can just tuck the card to the bottom of their deck. We'll tack in, see what they do. Alright, they go for the trade. We'll take it. Pass it back to the opponent because we are just planning on using Vortex. Get rid of the Protector. And bottom of the deck. There aren't any cards that give protection from a color, so I was pretty safe on doing that. Our opponent just passes. Let's go for the attack. And we'll go for the Outrider. It's only 3 damage, but it's still 3 damage. Also gives us this nice 4/4 reach body. The opponent attacks for 2. I think I'm just going to take it. Okay, so the opponent hymns, which is 4 damage to a creature or planeswalker. If they kick it, they gain 4 life, and which they did. Sacrifice land, draw a card. Okay. I guess we'll impede that's momentum. I like that draw, so we'll keep it. Now, impede momentum doesn't get it off the board, but with how long it makes it stay tapped, I do like the effect. Just gonna slam into the missionary here. Alright, land to the board. Let's go attack. Pass it back. Alright, opponent goes to combat. We will extinguish. And that seems to be it for their turn. I think they just have a lot of expensive cards in their hand. They can't play any of them. Let's grab Espionage. With Espionage, I think we're just going to just draw. We're not going to kick it for the make them discard. Figment to board. Attack in. And we should have this locked up here. They do manage to kill Rona without exiling it. We can always pitch cards, play it back from our graveyard. I think our opponent has black in their deck, and they just hadn't drawn any of their black sources, so it could be sitting on a whole bunch of black cards in hand. What's the opponent's play? They're going to sacrifice a land, draw a card. And that's it. Yep. Good game. The fact that we drew a Battling Mystic actually was pretty cool too, because we could just play the land, play the Mystic, kick it, draw 2 more cards to hand. All right. Let's see. Got one of each mana. So, drawing a second black source is all we need for Rona. I think it's a keep. Oh, there's that black mana we were hoping for. Alright, 4 to 5 Vine Wall. Honestly, I'm not impressed by this card. It does allow you to dig for lands, but it's kind of mediocre in general. Because you can actually potentially play this, hit 6 cards, see no lands, and just be a stone, like, a very wasted card. And since this only has 2 toughness, it doesn't really block anything and stay alive. If it wasn't for the fact it had, like, such a low toughness, I would probably, like, give it more credit, but I can't really give it the credit when it's, you know, that weak. Alright, we'll just go ahead and play this, draw some cards. We're back up to 7. Next turn, we'll probably play the mountain, go for Rona. Or Rana. I'm not really sure. Rana probably is how I should be saying it. Jaya. How do you work? Deals common damage to a player. You know, we're just going to vortex you away. Don't want the opponent getting that card value off of attacking us in the air. It is legendary, so they can only have 1 in play. So yeah, deals common damage, look at top X cards, where X's number lands, put one of them onto the top of your library, rest on the bottom in a random order. If there are 5 different land types, you just straight draw the card. Alright, unfortunately we can't bring Giant to the board this turn. We'll go for the Connoisseur. And we will pass. Connoisseur is great to the board because if the opponent attacks him with like the Scavenger, we can give a block. Okay. So they're going to impede its momentum, keep it tapped. We're planning on using Tribute to Urborg to finish off Brawler here. But I think what we do is we bring this to the board with Black Source. Hold up the Tribute. That way, if they do try to attack in with Brawler, we can maybe combat trick our way against it. No blocks. Impulse is pretty good. Unfortunately, it's a better thing for us to hold up the mana for the Urborg than the Impulse here. Let's see, so Joint Exploration, scry 2, draw a card. If it was kicked, they may put a land on the board. Basically, it's a slightly more expensive version of... Oh shoot, why am I blanking on it? Growth Spiral. But you get a Scry 2 on it. But even still playing as a 2 for Scry 1 draw 1 at instant speed, it's not bad. It's like one of the other newer draw spells that they put in just the last within this last year. Let's see, what does our opponent do here? Scout the Wilderness. Search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped. Then, if it was kicked, you get 2 soldiers. Alright. They're tapped out. If they attack in, we will block and we will use tribute. Well, I don't think they're going to attack. Yep. Let's see. Go for Jaya. Plus. Pass. Fortunately, we can't kick this, but Jaya being on the board does offer some issues to the opponent that they want to get it off. Alright, block, block, block. See what the opponent does. Fairly gonna use like some kind of pump maybe. We'll let this resolve. I was playing around my opponent, going with the idea that they were just waiting for us to respond. Because we can always bring this back from our graveyard. Okay. Marrow is difficult, but we can jump black that all day. And we can now put it on the bottom of the deck, so yeah. Let's see, if we actually do this, we can also use Impede Momentum. I'm just gonna attack their hand as for 1 card and get some draw. I like the idea of using Impede Momentum onto the Marrow because we can keep the opponent from aggressing in, and they might think that eventually Marrow will be useful. You know, I'll actually keep this Swarm because they are a pretty decent blocker for us. I think we might just discard them to play Rona. The only problem is if I play Rona with our current cards in hand, I have to give up one of these great removal spells. So that's effectively 4 mana, that's 4 mana, this is 4 mana. I'm just thinking like how much they cost with the kicks versus without the kicks. Let's See, currently this is 5 cards for the purpose of the kicker. So that means it'll be -7, -7. If they attack in, we give a block. Connoisseur will grow. Or Connoisseur. Because as I mentioned, this, before, this ultimate is not useful in our deck. We don't have many red spells, so all we're using this for is just token generation and the possibility of playing cards off the top of our deck. Might even use it for the minus attack trigger. Let's actually offer both of these as attacks. See what the opponent does. We'll just play this as a -2/-2. Gets rid of the wall, gets rid of the token, grows the Connoisseur. Now we have all of our control spells still available to us. Outrider. Alright. That one's dangerous, because it hits us for a bit. Let's see. Do we have enough to be lethal against the opponent? We have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, we have enough. Okay, so just in case, let's see what we have off the top. So, play this. Discard these two. We use Extinguish the Light on the Outrider. The only thing that can protect them would be the 1 blue spell, give Hexproof, and they actually do have Shore Up. But we can just bounce this back to their hand. And they give us a GG's. So there we go, we actually got the spell slinging action to win it. Alright. So far the games have been going really well for us. Alright, well, we can see how good a turn 2 Mystic can be for just being aggressive on the board. And then we can hold up the Essence Scatter. A Phoenix Chick, alright. This is one of those cards I was not sure how well it would work because it requires 3 or more creatures to attack to be able to bring it back from the graveyard. See, I think I'll still need to play Scavenger out, just that way we can try to dig for more lands for the purpose of Extinguish the Light and the Fire Nado. But then again, we could always still use the Impulse in case we don't need to cast Essence Scatter. Phoenix Chick can't block us, so we're good for just taking the 1 to trade 2 in the air. No blocks. Wonder why they didn't bother attacking with the Mana Worker, because this isn't a tap function on this. What do they choose? This is actually one of those rares that is so amazing. Like, they had a black version of this that just rotated out, and it didn't really see a whole lot of play, but this one's just so many possible, like, actions out of it that it's, I think, always good. Alright. Grab ourselves the land. Pass it back. Let's see, unfortunately, didn't really want to put some of those cards on the bottom, but when you're in the point where you have to dig for the land, you just accept that you're giving up potential good cards. Alright. We offer the block. Gotta protect our life total. Opponent's definitely playing a more aggressive game against us. Go for the +1. So yeah, opponent's definitely getting a lot of work out of this Mana Worker here, considering they don't have any blue mana. Won't lie, I kind of want to just kill it off, so that way they can't play any more of their blue spells. Now, it's going to be hard for them to actually kill off Jaya without having some combat trick based off the what I see on the board here. Block like this. I imagine Jaya is going to get hit by some kind of pump or some kind of burn spell here. But I'm trying to take away their Mana Worker. That way we take them off their blue mana. I'm trying to take out the Figment because it had that ability to go unblocked. Alright, they didn't kill Jaya, so let's go for the Fiery NATO here. Keep the Black Source. Pass it back. Want to keep the Sea Scavenger back, just in case our opponent had something with haste. I don't know how many cards have haste that our opponent could possibly have here, but want to play around that possibility. If they attack with the Channeler, it's just going to get blocked by the Prowess token. Ah, well done, opponent, well done. Let's see. Go ahead and kill this. Get an attack in. And now we have both Essence Scatter and Impulse available to us. Okay, we don't have anything to react to Citizen's Arrest. They must have just drawn that, otherwise they probably would have just used that on our Jaya. Let's Impulse. I think Goblin Picker will be better, because at this point we have so many lands, we don't really want to draw anymore. I may just discard this to the picker, depending on what we draw. Yeah, I do not want to deal with that. Alright, as I thought, we are going to discard a land. Bring that to the board and attack in. Yeah, 5/5 Ward 2. It's the fact that it's just a 5/5 is why I want to not deal with it. Opponent gets a Dragon Whelp. We are discarding more land. Oh boy. The flood is on. I'm so glad I kept the Goblin Picker. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, we've already gone through 11 lands. Wow. Means, let's see, we also put a land, 2 lands on the bottom. So that means we've already gone through 13 lands. There's only 4 more lands that we could potentially draw into. And of course, I draw into one of those remaining 4. Alright, well, Espionage with the kick. Make the opponent discard that card. How did I draw another land? There's only one more land that isn't at the bottom of the deck. Now, if the opponent triple pumps that, the Dragon Whelp's gonna die. Did the opponent forget about that? Because... yeah, oh no, it's actually 4 or more times. My bad, my bad. Alright, well, we need to dig. Here's the thing, we'll go 3, Scavenger. Dig 4. That will buy us time, so we put this on top. Let's see, we can kick this, we can play the land, we can make them discard. So there's some impeded momentum. A land to the bottom. Let's see. So none of these should be lands here. What is the opponent doing? Okay, we'll play the Figment. We're gonna hold up the Urborg. I don't want to fire it off on the Whelp right away, because we kind of have lethal against them before Whelp can kill us. The question is, do they just draw a Lightning Strike and just end it? What do you have, opponent? Anything? Oh, now that they have that Lightning Strike, we can just fire off, extinguish the light. Yep, good game, opponent. I don't know what that last card was, but it was a close one. Boy, had us on our toes. Wait, what rank are they? Silver? Okay. Yeah, I know we're kind of low in the drafting ranks. I haven't drafted for a while, so I ended up falling all the way down. Been mostly focusing on constructed stuff. So it's nice being back into the drafts. Before the end of the day, we'll definitely be in at least gold. Alright, this seems keepable. Got a couple of espionages for a draw. Got an impulse to dig for a specific card. Still not a fan of this card. I don't think I'm ever gonna like think Vine Wall is worth drafting, in all honesty. Its stats are just too subpar. Alright, we'll go for the tap land pass, because I'm going to use Impulse here. Trying to find ourselves a black source of mana. Relic. Alright. Relic is a very solid mana fixer, and its ability to tap legendaries for mana is actually pretty good. Alright, we'll just Impulse here. Alright, we need the black source, because we can't even play the Destroy spell. Do I Vortex now? Or do I just wait for them to potentially do stuff? I think I'll wait for them to potentially do stuff. Oh, there is actually a card that gives Hexproof. I should probably have just fired off the Vortex right away. Oh well, if they do protect it with the Hexproof, we can use Fire NATO to get rid of it. See, which one's more dangerous between these two? Taps for mana to play dragon spells. Once during each your turn, you may cast a dragon spell from your graveyard. Whenever you cast a dragon spell from your graveyard, it gains exile when it dies. And I think Aaron is the more dangerous. So we will go for the Fire NATO. Put that on the bottom because we don't have double black. Pass it back. Opponent has all the mana, so they can cast anything they draw. I think we'll go ahead and get rid of the Death Toucher. Because there's no reason for us to kick this with the opponent always going to be empty-handed at this point. We'll take the hit. Opponent kept the card in hand. We'll kick. Get rid of that card. Play the picker. And attack in since the opponent can't block and it has vigilance. Offer double block. Since it's all land anyways, let's go ahead and kick this. Alright, Sea Scavenger, set up the top of the deck. Still think it's good for us to get Rana. Yep, there's that Territory Marrow. To the board. To the board. Pass it back. This way, if the opponent does happen to hit a land, we can still give it the multi-block treatment and get rid of it. Hopefully we don't get blown out by some kind of instant spell here. Alright. Root Walla for our opponent. Let's see, we can use Vortex to get rid of the Root Walla. So we'll send the 2 in the air. Fortunately, we've already used a lot of our card draw. Like, we used both of the espionages. So, we can't easily get the cards in hand for a discard to put her back on the board. Oh, this is great. Forward to our opponent. Strike 2 in the air. Alright, in this top deck war, we are coming out slightly on the top. We hold the land, because now it's discard fodder to potentially play this. And there we go, opponent scoops it off. Well, yeah, no, the opponent was playing lots of big scary things, but thankfully we have just enough answers. Ooh, what did we get? Park Heights Pegasus. I'm guessing that's why we got the gems here, because I guess I already have 4 copies of it. Currently, we're undefeated with this Grixis Spellslinger deck. Alright. It seems like a pretty good keep. Let's just go ahead and lead off the regular swamp. Go for the island, go for our Figment. Opponent gets a Figment. Bring that to the board. Let's attack. See if they trade it. Opponent's thinking about it. Alright, they take the trade. We're just only going to put this on the board. I was thinking about maybe saving it for a later kick, but... Alright, we get that to the board and attack in. Next turn we can go Outrider. I think I'm just going to snap Essence Scatter on any creature they play, but it looks like our opponent just stuck on mana, blues. So they might not have drawn their second color. I decided not to go for the Outrider, just to play around maybe an Essence Scatter from our opponent. Alright, opponent's going to impede our momentum. We'll go for a Tide Turner. I just want to hold up the Counterspell magic against them. So that way I can guarantee this lands once when they go for a more expensive spell. Alright, opponent's going to Impulse. And they pass. I just feel like they're just holding up Counterspell magic themselves. But we currently have the threats on the board. They don't. So playing it patiently with these Outrider, I think, gives us better value. Attempt Rana. Finally work that Essence Scatter out of their hand. Attack in. Our opponent does a shore up, gives us a slight punish. Alright, what's the opponent going to do here? We will Essence Scatter there. Because they've now tapped out, so we can resolve this. Hold this land for discard. Opponent's down to 4. So we're currently representing lethal from the Outrider's attack. We'll attempt the attack. And good game, opponent. Yeah, unfortunately they were red-blue and they did not draw any of their red sources until much later. So, bit of a shame there. Alright, we're up to 5 wins, no losses. Let's see if we can run this all the way. I'm trying to think if this is a worthwhile keep. I'm gonna say no. Like, Vortex is good for early bounce and all, but I don't think I like how the lands look at this. This is worse. I should have kept the first hand. Alright, we'll keep this one. Put this on the bottom. Put this on the bottom. Yeah, I'm probably should have kept that first hand. But I was not feeling confident with it, so we'll see if it works out or not. Let's go ahead and bring this to the board. Pass it back to the opponent. Let's see, we can use that to still play tribute. I think I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of that right now. Alright, unfortunately playing that to the board does mean I can't use Vortex to tuck the card. I can only use it to bounce. Alright, Pun's reading our cards. Alright, that's something to tuck. No blocks. We'll take the 1 point of damage. No reason to block that and give them the ability to use a spell and get value against us. Alright, Scavenger. Let's top the deck with something good. Mystic is actually really good for us because that will give us some card draw. We'll send the team. They're going to block 1, but we'll get 2 in. What's good about this is we can kick this, get ourselves some card draw. Let's find out which spell they've been holding on to. Is this just going to be a straight trade, or do they have the ability to give it first strike? Alright. So it's a +2/+2, so it won't die. Alright. Steel Crusher for our opponent. We'll go ahead and hit this with a kick. Let's impede momentum on the Flowstone. I like that. We'll keep that. And we'll pass it back. I'll be honest, I'm actually really looking forward to trying to play this card in format where you can potentially use like proliferate mechanics and add more counters back to the card. So that way you can keep it from untapping. I don't think it's going to be a strong combination of cards. I just want to see how well it can work. You're really thinking about attacking with that Steel Crusher. But we held back the Battlefly Swarm, which can gain Death Touch. Alright, they attack with both. We'll offer a block here. Before damage, give this Death Touch. Oh, opponent finally hits their third land color. That's a dangerous card. Let's go ahead and kick this. Make them lose one of their cards. Get some draw. Probably should have tapped the Tide Runners in case we did come across a creature to put on board. What did they discard here? Vigilance Trample. When it attacks, all other attacking creatures you control get +1/+1 until end turn. Red creatures gain Trample. Untap the white ones. Okay. Take the 4. Considering how far we mulled down, I think we're doing pretty well against this opponent. Opponent's tapping 3, strike team. Put this to the board, play Scavenger, keep Vortex. 2 in the air. So if the opponent uses the ability to put all the damage onto the Warbird, we can offer multi-block. We'll only block with these. We know they have some kind of combat trick. It's gonna hurt, but I want to keep the 1/3 potentially. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. That is actually not lethal. That makes it lethal. Good game, opponent. It was a close one. I was thinking it's like maybe I need to still block the amplifier, but at that point it was they were going to have the Kavu untapped and the 3/1 here. So even if I like tucked this away, all I had was the 2/1. So I was hoping to be able to have the extra blocking power. Yep. Oh well, they got it. They got it. Well, our first loss was because we had to mull down. And I think we probably would have been better off if we maybe have kept that opener. But it was still a case of I didn't feel very comfortable with that opening hand. Alright, on the open, I feel very good about this hand. Because we got the Figment, that's a good attacker. It's also decent for blocking. Got Tribute to Urborg, great early answer spell, and we have the ability to get to our Extinguish the Light. We'll lead with the blue source. Alright, opponent plays a Root Wallow. We'll go for our Figment. Using Tribute on Root Wallow doesn't feel bad. Because it can eventually grow outside the range, potentially. Punch can impede our momentum. Let's bring down the springs, and I'm going to actually just main phase, attempt to get rid of Rootwalla. Because they're in blue and green, I was thinking they have multiple ways to potentially get hexproof, and if they just play an untapped land, they can go for the pump to always protect it. Go for blue source, and we'll just pass. Hold up Extinguished Light. Not too afraid of that one. I mean, we're going to want to kill it because we do have flyers. Gonna go for the Espionage Kick because I feel like their 2 mana that they're holding up might just be for Counterspell. I feel like they have a counter creature spell for 2. They discard the Hydromancer. It's a very, like, gambly card, like, to try to get value on board to kick it for something good. Alright, they tap down. Do I go for Rana, or do I go for Connoisseur? I think I go for Connoisseur. Brain Trade is actually pretty dangerous. My greed for wanting to get the Connoisseur to the board and then use Extinguish might bite me here. Okay, it doesn't. But we will offer a block at this point, because 1, it will grow our Connoisseur, and 2, it protects our face from some damage here. Alright. Destroy you. And bring this out. Now, unfortunately, they can still pump that to a 5. Alright, opponent impedes some more momentum. Sea Scavenger, okay. We offer the block, protect our face. Let's go for Battlefly, because that way we have a way to give Death Touch and block that. Also wanted to make sure I held up this Essence Scatter. Alright, activate. Block. Go for Rana. Pass. At this point we can Impulse. Alright, let's Impulse here. We'll take the removal. Land to the board. Trying to think which thing do I want to kill here. I think it's still kill here is the right choice. We'll pass it back. If we hit an untapped land of any type, we can then play both of these. It's a tapped one, but that's okay, because that means that this does extra damage. And we'll attack in. We send them both because the opponent really can't afford to offer the double block against the Faithful here. All right, well, that's kind of a surrendering motion there, so we'll give him the GG. And we take it. All right. The amount of answer cards we managed to take for this deck has been working out amazingly. We only need one more win. And we still have a one-loss buffer, like, for cushion. Alright, this is a keep. So, turn 1 we play this. So that way we can turn 2 play Tide Turner. Turn 3 we go for the Scavenger. Set up top of deck. Sounds good to me. Yeah, still stick with that plan. I was thinking maybe since we drew the blacks, let's actually lead with the Battlefly Swarm. But I really wanted to make sure we had the 3 different land types for the Scavenger here. Alright, go for Tide Turner. Alright, opponent's black, blue, green. Alright, they pass it back. Probably holding up a counterspell, but we'll try to bait it out with this Scavenger. Alright, it resolves. What's the better card here? Do I want the removal option, or do I want the counterspell? I already have removal in hand, so I think counterspell is the answer. A counterspell also means that if our opponent doesn't resolve something turn 4, I can just play the tap land, go for the Swarm, and still have the mana for Essence Scatter. Alright. Go for the Swarm. At this point, I don't really want to put too many more creatures on the board, because the opponent may have the drag down card that sweeps, but if they had that, they probably wouldn't have used that to tuck our card to the bottom. Okay, so we go land, attack, go for the Figment. Counterspell the Urtai. While Urtai would give us a redraw here, I'd rather just keep our opponent off creatures on board. Because Urtai, when it enters battlefield, you can counterspell, activate ability, or trigger ability, they draw a card. Or it can destroy a creature, make them draw a card. It's actually not a bad card, but it still gives your opponent a chance to replay. Ooh, nice. Nice one, opponent. We do get to keep the Tide Turner because thankfully it had a 3 toughness. Alright, well, we attack in, we pass. We just hold up Extinguish the Light because it's our only real play. Go for the Picker. Let them resolve that. Let's go ahead and destroy. And attack in. Alright, Word Leech for our opponents, and Desecrator. We'll go for the Connoisseur. And we'll pass it back. Thankfully, Impulse will be able to dig us into something. Okay. Is it worth taking the 4, or do we block Impulse? I think we'll just take the 4. Let's grab the Scavenger. Alright. Play Scavenger. We'll grab the Faithful. We will kick this. And draw some cards. Alright, opponent's turn. Scry X. Oh, no, it's draw X. If has flashes X or 3 or less. Okay. I had to read that all the way. Alright, we're going to take the hit here. It's going to hurt. Alright, go for the Faithful. Go for the Figment. 2 in the air. Our goal right now is to block and kill Warleech. We ignore the Terror. I don't want to kill the Terror because it just grows Warleech. Because this is 7 mana, this would become a 7/7. Why would you risk bringing that to the board? I mean, why do you even play that? That's kind of a awkward and dangerous card. Well, we make our opponent lose a life. We make them discard that card. We draw some cards. What was that card in your hand, opponent? Okay, so I gave that Indestructible and Death Touch. We'll pass it back. Next turn we can bring out Jaya. We have Rona's Vortex, which is good. Alright, Rager for our opponent. Lose a life, draw a card. Okay, so look at the top X based off the land type, so 3 for them. Put 2 of them into the hand, rest on the bottom or graveyard, and then they lose life. Probably went to graveyard was Vivisector. Bone Splinter. Nice. Fortunately, we can't protect our creature with Rona's Vortex, so it unfortunately will go to the graveyard. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have the ability to play both of these. But we won't be able to target the Terror with the Vortex. That's the only one we won't be able to target with it. Opponent's only got 11 cards left in deck. If we Vortex Tuck, though, it adds a card to their deck. I think we need to kill the Terror at this point. So we block. War Leech gets large, but we have Vortex. +1. Pass. Now, while Jaya's ultimate is very useful, we still get all these 1/1s off the pluses, and then we can also still use the -1 as a pseudo draw for ourselves. So the opponent's probably going to want to try to kill off Jaya. But at this point, Jaya's loyalty is almost as much as our life. Offer, block. Kick. So we go for the tuck. We also give ourselves a prowess trigger for the purpose of blocking Abomination, so it's a trade. Jaya takes 3 here, goes down to 2. Rona for our opponent. Alright. Now, can we afford to bottom the Rana? Or can we... Wait, can we kill the opponent? No, we can't. They brought that to the board. Oh, wait. No, we can't kill the opponent. Alright, yeah, because, let's see, that's going to cost that much. So, yeah, good game. So this comes to the board. 3 damage to our opponent. Since they don't have their blocker in the air, brings him down to 1. Bounce, trigger, dead. And there we go. We got there. Oh, an opponent was too salty to let the trigger resolve. Alright. And there we go. We managed to get 7 wins, only 1 loss. So this was the deck we ended out with. It was amazing. Now, the thing is, it's Jaya, the Fiery Negotiator. I don't know how great she really is for drafting 100%, because I think she's amazing. Because the +1 was giving us all these extra bodies to the board. And we actually did make use of the -1 once to get the pseudo draw. Now, the -8 isn't something that we're ever expecting to get to, and we don't have any value with this deck for that -8. But the +1s were definitely giving us the value to beat our opponents. The Outrider shows great value, and even if we were being a little greedy by splashing this into our mana base, just really for the domain trigger, it ended up working out really well. And these Sea Scavengers are great redrops just because of how well they can stack to the top of your deck. I think Rana here is really good if you have yourself enough balance of spells, and going with this control route that we did with a number of Extinguish the Lights, the Vortexes, this worked out amazingly. And I can't suggest that if you see like Rana going black-blue control, if you can find the cards for it, well, it should work well in the draft for you. And I still think these Outriders are amazing. These Figments, though, I wasn't sure how well they would work out, and I think these are actually a really solid 2-drop for drafting, so keep an eye out on them. They might, you know, prove more useful than you might think. Alright, there we go. We got our reward. Let's go ahead and do another one. I think we're currently in a point of people aren't 100% sure what to draft yet. So we're getting a lot of these action cards that are amazing. All right, I see Extinguish the Light, I see the Firebrand, and I see the Lightning Strike. I think we'll try the Firebrand again, even though we didn't use it last time. Because we may just go more of a aggressive deck, depending on what the cards are. It's also a great card to pick up just for the standard format. I think that this will just be an amazing 2-drop in general. Ignore the domain key text. Just the fact that it attacks, it makes it so it's harder for your opponent to block you, is what's so good about this. Alright, we'll try red-green. I like that. These are two of the strongest 2-drops, I think, from this set for aggro, so we'll try it out. The reason why this one's so great is because even if you don't play it on turn 2, you play it on like turn 3, it becomes a 4/3 haste creature then. Now, it is only until end of turn, but it's still solid. Alright, I'm going to ground the Outrider. I love this card right now. I think, Radha isn't bad, but I think Outriders gives you some immediate value that's so good. We just have to make sure to find some of those lands to take when we see them as an option. We aren't impressed by any of the other cards. Lightning Strike, gotta take it. Going red-green burn. Might be a little premature with the title there, but we're definitely finding all the right cards for being a fast aggro deck. Because still as a 1-drop haste, you get in there, and then later on you can just use its own pump ability. Late game, it's still a 3/3 haste for 4 mana. Let's see. Do we want the Root Wallet or do we want the Brute? I think I want the War Brute. Because it does have that trample, being able to push through damage. So I got a mono red build going. Let's grab the land. I do like the Bellow, but I know that one's going to cycle more. I'm more worried about being able to pick up these lands. Phoenix Chick. That's actually a good one. I don't think it's amazing, but I think it's just a solid 1-drop flyer that just keeps putting pressure on the opponent. Gonna grab the black-green land source because we might have cards that will care about the domain. So even though we put ourselves on slower mana base, there might be a good payoff for it, because after all, Outrider gets to do extra damage. Do we want the Marsh? Probably not. But I don't think I need another Warbird, but we'll grab the Warbird. Alright, there's our Warlord. At this point, we're basically just a red-green deck that's just got the lands to help us get the domain functions. See, this is a card we're going to take, but I'm not even sure if I'll run it. I'll take the Meteorite off someone's hand. I don't plan on using it. Mana Worker might be playable, but I don't think we need it at the moment. Wow, most of these are kinda garbage. Like, this is, I think, our best card here. I think I might just take this just because it allows us to, you know, get our rares. Let's see. Artillery Blast deals X damage to target tapped creature. We splash white. Artillery Blast is actually pretty good. Otherwise, it'd be the Bellow. We don't have blue. If we do include blue, this isn't a bad card. But I think I'm just gonna rare draft it. Bite down seems really good. Yeah, unfortunately, we're not getting any of our red-green options in these packs. So, ooh, there's our Outrider. But there's none of the lands are cycling around in these either. There's one of the lands. Let's see. The Altain Worm seems like the best of the cards, but I think I'm going to prioritize the land. Get our domain count up. Another Outrider. Like I said, I'm just gonna, if I see an Outrider, I'm just gonna snag it. I'm going with the idea we're just going to go for burn to our opponent's face. So if I see lightning strikes, I'd like to take those as well. Strangely enough, I think I prioritize Outrider over lightning strike. Even though this has got the flexibility of being spot removal. I do not like these. So, actually, you know, Survey, I guess I'll take this because this puts the lands onto the battlefield tapped, but it allows us to get these for the purpose of domain. Grab another Phoenix Chick. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, creatures you control get +1/+0. That's not bad. I don't have that many spells to trigger that at the moment. So, domain land, here we go. Grab the first strike skill now. Because this allows us to kill creatures in what might appear like a trade and suddenly not be a trade. We also have creatures with trample, so that works out well. This thing looks so derpy. I do like how these things look, though. Just waiting on more cards to cycle around. Take the picker. Kind of wondering if I should have really just tried to splash a third color. I mean, we did manage to get some black sources, so if we see a decent black card, I guess we could take it. But I don't want to take the double black removal spells, because we'd only be splashing black at this point. You know, that could be something we use. Double recursion, gain life. That's also something we could potentially use. I don't think we'll use them, but... yeah, we're not using Twinferno. Although Twinferno can give a creature double strike, it might not have been that bad. This is not good for us. Oh, Outrider. I looked at this like thing. It's like I kind of want to grab this just for the purpose of my collection, but Outrider, we can't let that pass. Surprised I haven't seen any of the Green Saga go around that allows you to search for lands. Colossal Growth isn't bad. We'll take that. Take the Sacred Peaks. That actually gives us all of our domain lands. This is going to be such a silly deck design. I don't think we're going to use the axe, though. I'm not sure I'll even use this, but we'll see how things look in the end. This actually is worth splashing, because that means if we play out an Outrider, it dies. We can bring the Outrider back, and it just does another, like, 5 damage to the opponent. Now, it does require us having all 5 lands types in play for that, but I'm willing to see if we can do that. Let's see. Maybe a Thrill of Possibilities here. You know, I think I'm just going to rare draft this for my collection. I don't think I'm going to be playing any deck with her anytime soon, but she has potential for some silly deck designs. If you haven't seen how this card works, it's going to be interesting. I don't think there's any of these cards I care for. We'll grab this just to go in the deck for now. Probably not even run it. Grab this for now. I won't lie, there was one commander card I thought would be hilarious if we got the opportunity to run it in the standard format. Because I don't think it would be something that would be easy to cast. They have that new 5-color spell that allows you to like select which options you want to use. And you can select the same option more than once. I was thinking about doing a 5-color burn deck, but then I realized, no, it's commander only. I was like, oh, why? Alright. Grab another one of these. Feel a little bad about stealing all these lands away from people because we're just using them for the domain. They might be looking for them for actually fixing their mana. We'll see if this works out or not. I mean, this could just be a legitimate way to draft here. But it also could just be me trolling myself. Let's see. All of these don't seem very useful. I mean, I did say we might be able to splash that. Alright, let's see what we have here. Broken Wings probably not going to run. Thrall into the... Enthrall to the pits. Gain control target creature, untap it, gains haste. If you kick it, sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. That could be our only real removal option for large creatures. But it does cost us 7 mana. I think we just take out the Steel Crusher here. I don't think it's got that good. So let's... I did that wrong. Let's just do it this way. No, didn't do it that way. Yeah, I was hoping to be able to. Let's see, so these are our creatures. Should I get a decent count on how many creatures we actually have in our deck to know how much pump we might need to remove? Let's see. So, trying to get a feel for what we have here. We have 1 Colossal Growth, 1 Bite Down, 2 Bellows, 1 Repossession. Oh yeah, 1 Lightning Strike. I think we might have too many spells, not enough creatures. So, if that is the case, let's take out... Let's take out Enthrall. And let's take out... No, I think that's all we'll do. We'll just only take that out. And we'll put in the Mana Worker. Mana Worker will be great because it'll help make sure we have the right kind of mana, especially considering we have a small splash of black. trying to think if these Phoenix Chicks are worth trying to run. Because they do require you have to attack with 3 or more creatures. They're not worth running. We can do this. Cut the chick. Go up the artillery blast. Still run 1 chick, just because it's still air aggression. Although it's small pokes. And we'll take out 1 more brood, I guess. No, actually, keep the warbird in. Take out... the bellow. Keep the colossal growth. Yeah, we'll do it like that. There we go. Alright, so we have our crazy domain burn deck. I'm gonna actually relabel this. Domain burn, there we go. So we have ourselves basically a 5-color mana base, just for the whole point of Maria's Outrider. And we also have a couple of the cards that take advantage of the domain feature, but it's primarily for the Outrider. The other domain purpose is Bortuk Bone Rattle, and it allows us to be able to bring back any creature from our graveyard. And it puts it straight to the battlefield, if I remember correctly. Let's see, yes. If we cast Bone Rattle, enters battlefield. If cast, choose target creature in our graveyard. Return to the battlefield if its mana value is equal to or less than the number of basic land types among land types you control. Otherwise, put it into your hand. Oh, okay, so it actually puts it into our hand at the very least. So it puts it straight to play if it meets the mana value, if not, puts it to our hand. So it's still useful for the Outriders. Our goal is just to play Outriders and burn our opponent to death. We have some early aggression pack with the Firebrand and Iconoclast, plus some Branch Riders. The Mana Worker help us fix our mana, considering we're kind of being greedy on what we're doing. We have 1 Artillery Blast in the deck because it allows us to deal up to X damage to a tapped creature, plus 1 equal to the different land types. So, at the very least, this should do 2, maybe 3 damage. No, I should do at least 3 damage because of how our mana base is. Now, we're more likely to do more than that, and I'm not sure how well this will work out, but I'm curious to try it out. Now, it's super greedy to try this card in the deck, considering this is our only white source from these, but we also have the Mana Worker to try to make it easier to play. We have the Urborg Repossession to allow us to return a creature from our graveyard to our hand, gain 2 life. We can kick it, then get any permanent from our graveyard back to our hand. As I mentioned, goal is keep bringing out the Outriders, but it's also a little life gain, so it gives a little sustain. Bellow for strike value. Lightning Strike, be able to burn straight to face or any creature. Bite Down controls creatures. And Colossal Growth gives us that trample power. So, lots of really good things. We run 1 Slimefoot Survey to search our deck for 2 lands. And it just simply says that to have the basic land type. So we can actually search for any of these tap lands with the survey. And make sure we have on ourselves our full domain. And we'll try to see how well this works. It's going to be one heck of a crapshoot, but let's try it out. I wonder if you can actually try this kind of deck that we're drafting here and take it to standard. Now, I don't imagine it would do too well, but I want to see if you could actually just dome an opponent for just 20 points from keep bringing that 1 creature back to play. Alright, on the open... Ew, this is kind of awkward looking. I still think I'll try the keep. We'll just lead with the chick. Start poking in that damage. Alright, let's get the black-green source, because that covers all of our mana types that we really need. Except for the white, I guess. No, there's the white. At this point, we just need to draw our 5-drop and just keep playing it. Alright, opponent gets the Gardener. Alright, we hit Lightning Strike. The only land we're missing is a blue source, but at this point, I'm fine with missing that. Once it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a creature with Defender, reveal it, put into your hand, then shuffle. As a 1/3 Defender, it's not that amazing, but if you have a Defender deck, it could do well. Alright, Warbrute. It's a decent card. Let's see here. Alright, opponent brings out a lot of walls. The Vine Wall is actually going to be useful for our opponent just because it helps them get their land that they're missing. But I still don't think it's that good of a wall. I'll stand by my statement. Alright, this is actually going to be really good because we can attack. Oh, wait, when do you have to enlist? I'll have to enlist before I swing, don't I? Oh well. No more lands. Please. So I made a mistake because I'm not used to this new enlist mechanic because you have to activate before you attack. Ooh, that's dangerous. Ooh. So if I play this, that's going to deal 4 damage to my opponent. And yeah, we should be able to finish it from here. Let's make sure we do this time. So enlist. Oh, we can't do it with This doesn't make a lick of sense. I sure hope I'm doing this right. There we go. Oh, I can only enlist with 1 creature. So this will probably see the opponent probably throw all those birds they just got into the Warbird. But, or maybe not. They might also be blocking with these save the birds for our chick. Oh, opponent goes down to 2. That's basically GG unless the opponent gets themselves some life back. Because the creature just base has trample. The fact that you can't enlist with creatures that just come into play feels a little bad. We'll just take the hit. Alright, I gave them lifelink, so they actually do have the life to survive the lightning strike. So enlist, tap. I guess we'll enlist both. 1 here, 1 here. So this should be enough to be it. Yeah, there we go. Opponent scoops it up. All right. I mean, the deck's working. Now we went against somebody who didn't play anything for like the first 5 turns, which helped. All right. I already have the Unleashed Inferno, so it gave me gems. I like how this hand looks. We'll keep this. If we can hit ourselves a different 2-drop to bring to board, I think I like the idea of waiting for this on turn 3 then. Amplifier. Let's still bring this out. This way, if we hit something else that we could play on the draw, we can still go with that play idea. Nope. We'll send it. Alright, any damage that we can chip in now is going to be great for us because of how we are built around these Outriders. Oh, another Outrider. Fortunately, we only have it going for 3 damage at the point. I am kind of scared about the Amplifier if with the opponent having... Yep. So there's a tap spell. At least we can play Outrider. Gives us a 4/4 defender. We get a little burn damage in. But we take a lot here. Survey? Yes, I'm greedy. So with Survey, I can go get the 2 land types that we're missing. So let's see, we get ourselves... Make sure we grab the blue one first. And I'll grab black-green since we have so many red sources. Grab the Repossession. I go for Repossession because of our life total. I'm a little worried about it. It also means that I can attempt a block against the Amplifier. And if they do kill the Iconoclast, we can just bring it back. Okay, I can't block those. Outrider to board. Problem is with the Repossession, I can't actually use this to target nothing. Shoot. I honestly thought they were going to attack in and I'd be able to get a block, get the revive, and get the life back. Yeah, so the opponent unfortunately sees that they have a line to kill us. Because if I block, which is technically blocking the most damage here, they can just activate these and still win. Now, don't say anything in the chat here for like GGs or anything, because they may think we might have an answer. But no, they got it. Yeah. Good game, opponent. You got it. We unfortunately just drew a lot of land, and I got greedy for the survey. I think if I didn't play the survey and just played out the creature, I might have had a better chance. Excuse me while I hit the lights real quick. Alright. Still at it with this really silly deck idea. I honestly do not think it's that crazy of an idea, but... Alright, on the open, I think we'll keep this. We have slow lands, but... we have a lot of really good cards. Alright. Get that pressure going. We actually have our full domain already set up for the lands drawn. So we just need to draw into one more land and of any type, and also our creature that gives us our power. Unfortunately, I should have possibly went for this land to actually get through the vine wall there. But I didn't want to lose out on playing Warbrute on 4. Alright. Snare Spinner for our opponent. Oh, we hit an Outrider. Alright, Warbrute to the board. Pass it back. Now we have kind of a silly little interaction. We can actually give this its +2/+0, and then we can attack with this for the enlist and swing as a 6. But I don't think that's worthwhile. I think we just attack, enlist. This way, if the opponent tries to go for some blocks, we got the +3/+0 and the scry. Opponent's just going to take it. Let's see. Still, let's get this off the board. Alright, punch down to 15. Alright, opponent brings out the worm. Oh, yeah, we'll take that one. That is no problem. Alright. Activate. Enlist. Attack. No. It's so awkward to activate the enlist skill. Alright, opponent takes a 6. At this point, we just play these turn after turn and the opponent will lose. Alright, opponent plays an artillery blast. Well, that's a bit of a shame. Because we can't artillery blast their worm. Because it has vigilance. Alright, opponent's tapped down to the point that we can just not have to worry about a counterspell. Do I just blast the spinner? Yeah, let's be safe. Let's just blast the spinner because we'll have to tap out. Might as well get rid of that extra point that's coming in. Alright, opponent's down to 4. Next turn, we play another one of these Outriders. Domain Burn. Alright, that's fine. Not worried about that in the least. Just to be safe, we'll offer a multi-block against the worm if it attacks in. Because if they tap out to protect it, as long as they don't give it lifelink, we should be good. Alright. Tap out. Play another card. You can do it. Yes! Opponent, though, too afraid to full tap out, but GG, opponent. Oh, yeah, there we go. You know, I kind of like this idea. I think I'll have to try to build a standard deck around this. It's going to be probably some serious jank, but I could see how you could get to work, though. Because you have the Triomes, and you can run black control because you have the Sweeper. It could work. Alright. On the open, we'll keep it. We don't have this on turn 1, but that's fine. Because we do have the turn 2 play. Just looking to draw some lands here. Partially because that way we can play... If we could play this on turn 4, and like turn 3 just play any of the tap lands, probably blue-green or black-red would be great. Alright, we'll just draw the swamp. That's still good. In that case, we're hoping to get the blue-green land. I mean, I guess we'd settle for any of the white versions, also white-green or red-white. I know, we already have red-white. Yeah, so we're just looking for the blue one. Alright, we draw Artillery Blast. I guess we'll just swamp, pass. We'll go for the block. I was thinking about blasting it, but I'd rather save the blast to get rid of this creature, because it allows them to sacrifice cards and pump all their creatures. Oh, are they going to kick the 2-drop and animate that back to their hand? Because that 2/3 lifelinker is actually pretty good. No, they go for the Frightful Return. Alright, they start on phase 2, which does add it back to their hand. Alright, we will kick this. Go attacking. Get a huge burst of damage on the opponent. And now we just play Outriders and win. Yeah, you can draw a card. If they kick that, that's fine. We'll just sacrifice Branch Rider. Alright, does the opponent still attack in? Oh, they do. How brave of you. Alright. 3 damage. They're down to 1 life. What does our opponent do? Because we just resolved the next one and they should die. The only way that they can stay alive is if they gain 5 life. At which point they still have to deal with what's on board. Alright, that's nice. It's cute. We'll give them the GG's. I can't block them because of Menace. But we'll play another one of these and they go kaboom. Man, Outriders are really good for draft. You got a 4/4 body with reach, and you also get to just do up to 5 damage to your opponent's face. I even proved it with the 3-color deck, that you don't need all 5 colors to make them good. Because just still, as long as you have like 3 different land types and just get bolts, it's really solid. Alright, this one's gonna be a mulligan. We'll keep this one. I like this one. I'm actually thinking the Chick is our weakest card. Actually, no. I think I'll put the... Yeah, Chick. Alright. Get ourselves our red-white source down. Stalker for our opponent. Go for the Steel Crusher. Alright. That allows him to hit in for 2, that's fine. Let's get our green-blue source down, so that way if we draw a green spell, we can play it. Hold up the Artillery Blast. I don't think I'm going to blast either of these. Alright, put that down, pass it back. At this point, the opponent can just activate this to do extra damage, which is why I'm holding this back as a blocker. We'll block here, though. And the opponent goes for some kind of pump spell. We have the Blast. Let's see, is it better for us to Blast or Bellow? It's going to go up to a 5/5. We'll use this then, because we first strike. I like that keep. I was going to say, it helps us dig to our Outriders, is why I wanted to do that. Because now if we draw mana of any color, we can recur this from our graveyard back to the board with Bone Rattle. Warren Chief. Warren Chief is, I think, a card that seems really interesting. I don't think it's very strong, but I think it has potential. We'll attack here. Our opponent's just going to give us a chump block. He's really hoping to get the trade. Let's see, the Goblin, it creates simply onto the battlefield. I just want to let it hit me for 3 right now, because they have a pump spell to protect it. Oh, our opponent's also doing the Outriders. Let's see, if we kick this... I got an idea. So we're going to kick this. We will attack and attack. Enlist. This way we can trade against their Outrider. Alright, and that's what we were hoping for. So, unless the opponent does something drastic here, I can just sacrifice, destroy your Meteorite. I'm fine with that. Do you have an answer for my Branch Rider as well? If not, I have you dead. What does our opponent do? Branch Rider itself is just lethal on the board. I'm not going to activate any of its pumps, though, in case they're waiting for us to do something. Alright. Here comes Bortuk. Because they could have had, like, a Lightning Strike to kill this in response to the pumps. Which is why I'm going the safer route of just bolting him in the face for 5. And there we go. Good game, opponent. I'm honestly surprised this is working out as well as it is. We are currently 4-1. I thought that it's like this had potential, but it's working out better than I was expecting. Alright, I'm going to keep this hand because I'm going to be greedy because I have Goblin Picker to be able to discard to find the lands. Alright, land opponent's turn. I think the first card I end up discarding... probably be the Artillery Blast. What's this do again? It's got Enlist and Vigilance. Alright, we're going to activate. Going to give up the Artillery Blast. No! Why deck? Oh my gosh. Why is it mana screwing us? This is our first time we've been mana screwed by it. Come on, land. No! Why? Since we're gonna have to discard anyways, may as well put this on the board. What does this do again? Oh, that's right. This is the one that you can kick it and make opponents take X damage equal to the... well, actually, deal X damage to any target. But the important thing is, you can actually do it during your opponent's attack. They, like, swing wider than you. Flash it in and just kill off a creature, or even just kill them because they swung with too many cards. Oh my gosh. I'm so sad. We have all but one Outrider in hand. Alright, so opponent's going to enlist that. Say no blocks. Because I might want to just use Bite Down, kill the flyer. Yeah. Let's see, Bite Down is an instant. Let's... attack. Enlist. So they had another artillery blast, in which case, get rid of that. Both our opponent and we are stuck on land. The problem is our next spell isn't until 4. Oh, and opponents managed to hit their lands. Yeah, I can't do anything with this. Oh, that's so painful. I know I was being greedy keeping a 2-lander, but we managed to go 15 cards deep and still only hit 2 lands. And considering we are 15 cards deep in a 40-card deck with, oh shoot, like 16 or 17 lands. I think we're running 17. Yeah, we're running 17 lands. Means we were definitely at over a 50% draw rate on lands with like those last couple draws, and we could not hit the lands. Alright, well, I still feel like the deck idea, as much of a meme, is working out. Alright, we'll keep this one. This one's great. Let's see. So we can go for the peaks. From peaks, we go Forced, Mana Worker, or the Goblin Picker. We'll see what the opponent does. Well, they're probably not going to do anything on turn 1. I think Goblin Picker is still probably our better play. Oh wow, we already have all of our lands. Yeah, we'll go for the Picker. At this point, I don't think I need to actually discard anything to the Picker for card value. Alright, there's our Mana Worker. We'll pass. So many good things with what our hand is doing. Let's go Mire. That way next turn we can play this. Pass it back to the opponent. I'm trying to figure out, like, do I just simply go Lightning Strike to face here, or do I need to control something on the board? I think I want to kill the Splatter Goblin. The reason why I want to kill the Goblin is it's -1/-1, means that we can never get this on the board without worrying about dying. Bring out. Get ourselves a nice shot. Pass it back. The only drawback to this is we can only activate the +2/+2 once each turn. But the nice thing about it is it's only going to cost us 1 red now, because we have that many different land types. But our opponent just keeps dropping all these 1/1 bodies. Let's send the 4/4. See what the opponent does. Alright, they just choose to take the 4. We're going to make him regret that, because here's another 5. If we draw another Outrider, the opponent just loses. Like, I'm surprised they didn't just at least chump block it. So, yeah, no, building around these Outriders is definitely helping us out a lot, because against this opponent who just generated tons of these 1/1 tokens, it's really coming into a useful nature. Alright, I don't need the land. Let's go ahead and discard that. Warbird to board. Pass it back. Now, I think the limiting factor of this enlist ability is you can only do it with one creature, and it can't have summoning sickness, and it can't be attacking. Like, all of those little things kind of add up to make the mechanic a little underpowered. But I understand why they did balance it that way. Alright, opponent's eyeing our Warbird. They may have removal for it. Alright, again, we'll just start off with the discard. Find ourselves a pretty good card. We'll kick this. And we'll enlist it for the Warbird. Actually, I take it back. Undeclare. But we will send the 4/4s. The reason I'm not declaring Warbird right now is I can potentially pump Branch Rider with its own ability, and then when I go for the enlist, be able to punch in a much harder to block trample set. I send the 2 4/4s because I'm fine with trading these off. It means that if we draw our recursive creature, we have the immediate lethal right there. And they want to also trade against it. It's going to take lots of creatures to potentially block and kill it. Looks our opponent is also only just black-white off the couple cards we saw milled. Could be wrong about that, though. They're also probably pinned under the fact that they only have one black source, so they could have, like, the double black destroy creature. Gain life if it had a mana cost value 3 or less. So opponent's thinking about blocking and killing one of our Outriders. That's not enough to kill. We will take out the Ranger, though. Yeah, opponent accidentally unblocked the other Outrider. Like, they did a lot of things in an oops method. Like, if they played that -2/-2 before our creature hit, they would have kept both their creatures. Well, I'm sorry, they would have kept at least the Ranger. Like, there's a lot of things our opponents unfortunately do in the misplay. I can't say I haven't done that before, though, when I was working with the UI. Like, I thought I had blocked something, and then when I was changing blocks and I accidentally unblocked something. Took lethal from it. Alright. So, let's see. Opponent can block up to 1, 2... That's a desperation attack. We'll just block like this. I don't risk the Warbird. Because if they have like the +2/+2 gain life link. Oh no! Oh no! I forgot about that card, and I forgot that it was instant speed. Oh jeez, I knew I should have blocked with Warbird. Also should have blocked the Soul Tender just in case. Well done, opponent. Well done. Oh. I knew I was like thinking, it's like there's got to be something that they have, and I was just completely spacing on it. Unfortunately, that brings us to only 4 wins. I do think, even though this only got 4 wins, it went 4-3. I lost my last one just because of a hard, like, mental mistake, thinking it's like they didn't have anything, and let them get exact lethal on their pump spell. But building around the Outrider with this silly land base ended out hard destroying players. So I do think that this is worthwhile to try to build around. Now, the only time that I think like we got kind of screwed by RNG was the one time we only drew 2 lands. We kept a 2-lander and couldn't draw another land. We went 15 cards deep. So it was just unfortunate RNG on that case. But I do like the idea of this Outrider, and think that draft-wise, this is a thing to definitely play around. So, alright. Well, let's go ahead and claim our prize. And we'll do some pack openings. So we have 15 packs. Let's go one by one on them and see what we get. Alright, more Walking Bulwarks. That's actually kind of cool. The Elder Dragon War... Let's see. So, deal 2 damage to each creature and each opponent. Discard any number of cards and draw that many cards, and then create a 4/4 dragon creature token with flying. I think this card is playable, but I don't think it's that amazing. I could be wrong on something. Now, it's great because of the fact that you can start it on the first chapter to deal 2 damage and potentially sweep the board. But if you see nothing on the board that you need to sweep, you can go straight to the discard draw if you're looking to just try to draw something. And if you don't want to discard anything to draw, you can just go straight to just having a 4/4 dragon token. So I don't think it's a bad card. I think it's playable. I think we might see this actually see play. I'm not sure though. Yeah, this one's definitely a very strong card. This is one a lot of people are thinking is supposed to replace Lunar Aspirant as a power card in the 2-drop slot. But the thing is, this card, unlike Lunar Aspirant, only triggers off of creatures being cast, not just simply a passive every turn pump up. So I think this is a very strong card, especially when it dies. It gets to distribute the counters among your creatures, so you don't have to dump them all on one. So I think it's a good card. But I don't think it's a Lunar Aspirant replacement. I do think, though, if you go white-green in Explore format, you could run both of them, and it would be terrifying. Keldon Flamesage. I'm not impressed by that card. So, on to the next one. Now, this is a card I think is really good. Aether Channeler, for 3 mana, you get a 2/1, enters battlefield. You either get yourself a 1/1 Flying Bird, you get a bounce a card like Mana War, or you can draw a card. And since it's bounce any non-land permanent to the owner's hand, it's actually like an improved Mana War. The only drawback to it is it's a 2/1. Yeah, and that's it. That's its only downside. But it's got the Wizard archetype, so there's so much support for this card. I think it's going to be an amazing card. Alright, we got a Liliana. So this is definitely everyone's like chase card of this set, and it's just a reprint. But this reprint, the original card was going for such a ridiculous amount of money. So it being reprinted might help with making the card more accessible to the other formats. But I think this is going to be a hard card to deal with in the format because it does everything. Like, it 3 mana, enters battlefield, forces your opponent to sacrifice a creature. Then you can just +1 make players discard cards. You do have to discard a card yourself, so you have to play around your own +1. But it's going to be amazing. Silverback Elder. Now, I think this is a really good card for stats to mana, but let's see. Whenever you cast a creature spell, you can destroy an artifact or enchantment. You can look at the top 5 cards, grab a land, and the last one, but it puts the land straight onto the battlefield tapped. The last one is gain 4 life. Now, I don't think this is that good to really warrant main deck play. It might see some side decking, but I don't think it's... I think it's kind of mediocre overall. Alright. Any card we want. That's always great. This card is a card I think that only really is going to see play in the draft format, and I think it's pretty good in there. But I don't think it's that strong of a card. This is a card that actually I could think that you could play around, like, putting cards in your graveyard based off the mana cost. You can have some silly little interactions with this. I don't think it's that amazing, but I do think for drafting it's great. Like, it's very playable. Ivy, Gleeful Spell Thief. Whenever a player casts a spell that targets only a single creature, then you may choose to target the Spell Thief as well, and copy it. So, I'm sorry, I said that poorly. You may choose to copy that spell and then target Ivy with it. So this does mean that it's like if you go for a +3/+3 spell to one of your creatures, you can then also have it copy and go to Ivy as well. Now, I did already hear of somebody coming up with a deck to make use of this and Light Paws, because you target Light Paws, you get it enchantment, and then you can choose to copy that enchantment and put a copy of it on Ivy as well, because it isn't only off of instant and sorceries, it's any spell that targets, but it has to be a cast trigger target. I'm sorry, not trigger, but a casting target. So triggers won't do anything to it, but anything it casts that targets works. Alright, the Valiant Veteran. Soldier Synergy. I think there's enough soldiers in the standard format that this might be playable. Especially considering you're already looking at, like, right here. I think this is a great 2-drop. Resolute Reinforcements, 2 mana, flash. Enters battlefield, get a 1/1 soldier creature token. So this is just like the old instant speed spell. But the difference is you're casting a creature. So you actually have a little more interactions with this, because you can actually use this in a reanimator deck. Founding the Third Path. Let's see, you may cast an instant or sorcery spell with mana value 1 or 2 from your hand without paying its mana cost. Target player mills 4 cards. Exile target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard. Copy it. You may cast the copy. The only drawback to this card, third stage is a must target. So it is a may cast the copy, but you must target something if it has a legal target. I do think this could be a really solid card, and I'm interested to see what people will do with this. Yeah, I'm actually really like thinking already like a black-blue control deck that could use that. So, all right. Let's see what else we get. Zur, the Eternal Schemer. So Zur is an old card that has actually existed before, but this one's new. In its entirety, like Zur was made as a commander card. This one is a little different in the sense of how it works. But flying enchantment creatures you control have Death Touch, Lifelink, and Hexproof. It is actually really strong passive. Because then once when you animate one of your non-aura enchantments to have power toughness equal to the its mana value, means that it being on the board not only allows you to protect your cards, but being able to animate your things at will to be aggressive threats. I think Zur is a deck type that is going to be played, but I don't know how competitive it will be. I do think it has the ability to compete, but I don't know how competitive it will be. Alright, Sulphur Springs. Gotta love getting mana fixers. Oh, this is actually one of the cool things. Pilfer actually has a nod to Tiny Bones in the flavor text. It's a shame we didn't get to see Tiny Bones come in the set, but... So, to the merchant, it was nothing more than a few missing trinkets. To Tiny Bones, it was the greatest heist of all time. I like Tiny Bones. Since they implemented him in that one side set, it was just kind of a cool card. And it looks like a joke, but it's actually a real threat. So how did this one work again? Search your library for a basic land, put it onto the battlefield. If the spell's kicked, you get to search. You get 2/1/1 soldier tokens. That's not bad. Let's see what else we get. We got. Oh, the Shivan Devastator. This is Red's new, like, favorite dragon right now. So, 1 in X, you get a Flying Haste dragon that's basically got power and toughness equal to X. As it enters battlefield, X +1/+1 counters on it. Now, when you think about it in terms of mana curve, it means that you can always place out, it can always be an attacking air threat. Now, it does mean that if you were to play this for the same mana that you would like a Goldspan Dragon, you're getting kind of the same thing just without the treasures. But anything more than that, you just get the larger body, get more value. Now, when we say Goldspan Dragon, it's just broken compared to most dragons for its efficiency. But this is still a really good card. I'm not sure how much it's going to shake up the format, but I know a lot of people are saying that this is going to be one of those cards that's going to make Red great. Alright. Ooh, the Relic. So the Relic of Legends, I think is really cool, and I have a deck idea that I'm not sure if I'm going to be running it or not, but it could be good in it. Free Mythic. Gotta love it. That's a great line. Of course you should fight fire with fire. You should fight everything with fire. I like that one. Sounds like a typical red mage. But we actually got to see Jaya in action in the drafts. So being able to see it outside the drafts will be interesting. See, flying whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, create a soldier. You're interesting, but I don't think you're playable. Probably good for a draft. Join Exploration now. Like I said, this one's going to be a card for Standard. I think is going to be pretty good. Outside of Standard, I don't think it's going to be that amazing. Maria, Scholar of Antiquity. So this is a card that I don't think is going to see a whole lot of play in the Standard format. Partially because it's worded to such a degree that it doesn't synergize with any token stuff. So I think that outside of Standard, someone's going to find a way to break this card. But in Standard, I don't think it's going to do that well. The reason why this one's so strong, though, is you can tap 2 untapped non-token artifacts you control, exile top card of your library. You may play the card this turn. So if you play it like an Eggs deck, where everything's like a 0-cost artifact, I think this is actually going to make those decks take off really well. Well, there we go. We open up all of our packs. Off of our 3 games, we ended up doing pretty well. We ended up going 5-3, 7-0, and 4-3. So I think we had a pretty good draft session this night. I'd like to thank everyone for joining me. I know we're down to very few people left, so we're not going to head off on a raid tonight, but we'll just go ahead and end it here. We'll be online tomorrow. I believe we are still scheduled for doing another Brawl tournament. I don't remember seeing anything about it not happening, so we'll hopefully look forward to that. With some of the new cards, I may just see about setting up a deck using those. Go for a completely new commander based off one of the new Dominaria Legends. But we'll see how that works. Anyways, guys, I wish you all have a nice night, and we'll hopefully see you next time. Take care.